the waves. Such a calming sound in the morning. Hey there, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I really like this starting screen that the game has. It's just, calm, yet also intriguing. Yeah. Welcome back to Divinity Original Sin. Well, we had a very, very fun, interesting session and introduction to this game on Tuesday. There was actually a lot going on. So, we are apparently source hunters, which in this case, source is, as far as I understood it, not necessarily ancient, but definitely very old form of magic that was fairly common, as if I recall correctly, at some point, but ultimately was, I think, used for evil, and therefore, kind of fell out of use, and the people that were using it, right, were regarded as sort of evil. Sorcerers, in this case, swords, right? Sorceress, not sorceress. And we play as two source hunters who are trying to find the people that are still using this magic and, basically killing them, right? And we were actually called upon a person who's called Arha, who's basically, somewhat of an investigator himself in a town near the beach. And he requested our help because there has been a murder that took place in the local inn. And that's where we tried to get to, but we were ambushed by, or not really ambushed, but on our way to the town, we saw 3 hooded figures escaping from what looked like a tomb of sorts, and they attacked us, or rather, their apparent leader, she summoned in undead, and those attacked us, which was a pretty tough fight to start the game out with, and for some reason, that's a way tougher fight than the tutorial fights afterwards, which kind of a strange setup, but it worked out in the end, I guess. We defeated the undead after a couple of tries, and then went into the cave, which turned out to be quote-unquote the tutorial cave. There were 2 following encounters. The fighting system, or turn-based fight system, that's a little bit like D&D but different, is really, really fun. We went through the cave, we found a bunch of loot, we found the ghost, basically, of the gravekeeper, and when we came out of the cave, we witnessed an orc attack on the town we were trying to get to, and we helped out. Even though a bunch of the guards were killed, guards that are part of, apparently, the Legion, who's protecting the local lands, we managed to fight off the orcs, which have been a constant problem, apparently, currently for the town. They are trying to attack the town from sea, because apparently they couldn't get through from land, and they have a few ships still stationed out at sea, which also obviously mean that the town can't trade as well, because other ships can't really come into port. The orcs also burned down and destroyed 2 ships in the local harbor. And then we went into town, and as I said, in the inn there is a murder scene. Currently, Esmeralda, who's running a local shop, is suspected of killing her husband Jake, who was a local politician. Though most of the people that we've talked to seem to think that she wouldn't really be the murder, because she was very frequently, seen with other men. She basically had a bunch of fun in the inn, right, with different men from time to time, but most people seem to already know that. And her husband, Jake, they were sort of married at a very young age, and they didn't really, it's not like they didn't care for each other, but they weren't really in a loving relationship, let's call it that, right? So Jake was apparently really preoccupied with his own mineral collection, which also comes into play here in a bit, and didn't really care all that much about the adventures of his wife, which, means that it's apparently, at least currently, seems to be somewhat unlikely that she would be involved in his murder, because, well, she doesn't really gain anything from it, right? We've interviewed one possible other suspect, which is one of her lovers, but everybody regards him as sort of a little bit of an idiot, right? Definitely not capable of murder. So that didn't really lead us anywhere. We also found out during our investigation that the town itself seems to have somewhat of a undead problem as well, added on to the orc problem. Now, it feels very much like all of these things are kind of connected in a way, but we're still struggling to find out how or why. Over the course of visiting or talking to people in town, we also got 2 new companions. One of which was a little bit of a beastly woman that had been incarcerated because she apparently attacked one Legion member, because she got startled while hunting in the woods or something, which not really sure what she's about. Was a little bit strange that she just got added to our group, basically. We then also found another source hunter who was apparently tasked with dealing with the problem further up north, but ultimately wasn't capable of handling that herself, so she came back to this town and ultimately now found us, and we kind of made a deal that she's going to help us, and then we're going to help her with her problem. So we already have a party of 4, which is going to be interesting to see, because the last time I was in combat was in the tutorial cave, or rather not the tutorial cave, but afterwards against the orcs, which was just 2 source hunters, the 2 characters that I created, Lillian and, well, sort of myself, basically. But one big twist that happened when we first entered the scene of the murder in the inn, the actual room, we suddenly got transported to what seemed like space, right? And we met an imp who seems to be the recorder of history, and then later on also met a woman who seems to weave the fabric of time. So suddenly the game turned from those more local problems to something much more grand and some big time and world weaving tale that I'm still not really sure about how it fits in with all the other stuff. But for some reason it seems like our main character is not recorded in those in the fabric that the Keeper of Time and Space, or whatever she was called, is keeping there. So apparently maybe through that we actually can alter history. We don't really know yet. That whole scene was very surprising, very sudden, though it was really well in its setup, but remains to be seen what we can actually do with it, or like how all of that fits together with the local problems that we need to deal with. It's very hard to tell where this main quest is going, to be honest. Yeah, as I said, that was very, very surprising. And one other thing that we found out is that apparently in order to, or maybe these dark forces that we're fighting against seem to be looking for a certain mineral, which was called Starstone, which we can basically bring back to that weaver of history to repair the fabric that she's weaving, that has all the historic events and future events woven into it, basically. And those star stones can be turned into her fabric so that she's actually able to repair it. And interestingly enough, a couple of those minerals that the husband of Esmeralda, Jake, was collecting and seemed to be very proud of are those star stones. So now, obviously, that brings up a couple of questions. Also, the tutorial cave, quote unquote, where those 3 hooded figures left, they apparently also took a stone with them. So, yeah, remains to be seen how those stones are otherwise maybe used or why other people might want to have them. Well, that was a long introduction, but I kind of like that, doing that for myself as well, just to be sure that I also know what's going on and sort of keep that in my head, and we can all see how this continues together. So let's get into it. Let's continue our game. Instead of continue, I'm going to hit load. I mean, there's a couple of, which is pretty good. The game is frequently auto-saving and quick-saving. But yeah. Save that I made manually is the latest one, which that's how it should be. And we can get into it. See where we are and what we're doing. I think I saved in the inn. Yes. And as you can see, we have 4 characters here. Switch over to my main character. Well, now, obviously, this is going to be... Let's see, these are the quests that we can currently do, and we already talked to both the, Aha, who's the person who recruited us to do this, and the captain of the local guard, Archival, or whatever he was called. Right. So, the last time we talked to Ahu, he suggested we question Roberts, the mortician responsible for handling Jake's corpse, to find out more information about what exactly killed him. So that's what we're starting with, I think. And if I recall correctly, this is the inn we were in. The morgue should be back here somewhere. What is this building? Town hall bathroom. Private. That seems like a pretty large bathroom. Or maybe the town hall bathroom, would that be... maybe multiple people are allowed to use it? Seems like something, in these times would be a common thing. Like, probably a lot of people wouldn't have their own bathroom.
Cold inside my soul. The bane of age, the crux of years.
You talking to yourself? Who are you? Egglender?
Oh, how nice it is of you. The very picture of youth. To break the monotony of an elder's day. Wild away on this hardwood bench.
You're a bit hard on yourself, aren't you?
Pray, let me be forward with you. O sapling rose, O leaf of spring. For my weary mind is troubled, and would highly prize thy gentle-handed assistance, thy kind ministrations.
Okay, one thing that I have to say that I find pretty crazy about this game so far is that almost every single NPC wants something from you, right? They all have some sort of quest or something that you can do for them. It's kind of crazy. Tell me more about yourself first.
I am but an aged elf that has seen the years parade in long succession. Gladly shall I tell you more. Will I regale thee, O whelp of men, with my tale? But not here, where the winds may steal my words.
What? Doesn't look like anybody's around, to be honest, so... Also, if he's an elf, an aged elf, aren't elves typically like very old? Can't they be like 700 years old or something? About the assistants.
You would listen to my grievances, guide me towards untroubled realms. Oh, you are truly a wonder. Oh, budding flower of the morn. Yet, that which I would tell you is of a rather private nature. So let us escape both the chill and the eye of public scrutiny.
If it's not too far away, I'm sure.
Hot spiced wine and a snug little room awaits us on the king crab's first floor. Let us go there so that we can warm our bones, yet make shiver our hearts with a tale of loss and sorrow.
Do I have to follow him immediately, or can I do that later? Met an old elf Eglander who asked us to meet him in his room at the King Crab. He said he needed our help with something. Yeah, buddy, we'll be there, right? We'll be there in a couple of minutes, maybe. Interesting that they have like these soldier tents very close to the morgue as well.
Excellent. Let's keep it that way.
What are they on about? I do find it a little bit strange sometimes that other people sort of get a little bit translucent when they're further away. I don't exactly know why that is. Maybe the game is saving some render power there or something, or maybe that's because of something else. I don't really... Maybe that's because we can't properly see them, right? Because we are further away? I don't really... It's honestly a bit strange. Mortician's Morgue. Mortuary. Peace upon all who enter here. Oh, that already looks somewhat interesting. Let's just do a quick save, because you can never be quite sure whether or not you're just gonna enter combat all of a sudden. Those are dead bodies then there in the back, because I only saw one at first, so I was thinking, wait, is that the guy that we're looking for? But nope. Okay, reading is also not allowed, which does make sense, right? I mean, those on the right, they actually look pretty beautiful, right, in terms of coffins. Okay, we're not allowed to open the door. I don't know why you would clean a morgue a little bit better. I mean, it's already creepy enough. Why also have the cobwebs there? But, oh well. Other areas. Living quarters. That must also be pretty interesting, right? To live above. Well, corpses, basically. Also, has he not bathed in like half a year, or what's going on with his bathtub? That's a bit strange, to be honest. Roberts. Oh, hello there.
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death?
Yes and yes. I was just thinking, right, he probably has a lot of stuff to do, considering how many people die or died recently to attacks and whatnot. Interesting comment on those infernal statues, because we actually found a corpse on the beach. And according to his journal that we found on that corpse, apparently a statue told him that he could fly, and he tested that ability on the cliffs on the beach and, well, jumped to his death, basically. Tell me about yourself.
This here's my family business. Yes, there's been a Roberts escorting stiffs into the next life since the foundation of Seal itself. They don't write epics about morticians, but I'm proud of my work nonetheless.
I mean, you seem to be doing all right. So, what about the murder?
Sad story, that. Though if I'm speaking plainly, the sentimental aspect of it all doesn't make much of an impression on an undertaker. Especially not these days, with so many laid low by the orcs and such like.
I can understand that.
I just concern myself with giving the remains a respectable exit from life. We set him to rest in the northern graveyard. Perhaps he can finally get a little peace.
Probably not, considering that we've also heard that apparently the undead plague that is plaguing the city started in that very graveyard. If you're referencing the same place, but I don't think this town would have multiple graveyards to the north. About his body.
What about it? Didn't I just say we gave it a respectable send-off? Why are you giving me the third degree? Now, if you don't mind, I'm trying to run a business here.
Okay.
The dead man is nervous as a squirrel. I'm certain he's hiding something.
She said it, not me.
Yeah, that was very suspiciously, cut short. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that he has something to hide, more so that maybe he was kind of frightened, or something else that he saw on the body. Well, fuck. Do we go up north and dig the body back up, or... We met with Roberts, the local mortician. He seemed nervous and generally out of sorts. As it turns out, Jake was buried soon after the murder in the graveyard just east of Roberts' house. Wait, the graveyard is east of Roberts' house? I thought it was much further away. Oh, we have to leave the house to... It was definitely a weird way to talk to us, right? I mean, that seemed very cut short, the conversation. Alright, let's quickly go back into the inn and talk to that elf we just met. But afterwards, I think we're gonna try and check out that graveyard. So that's here then, okay. Well, that's much closer than I thought, and maybe it is actually a different graveyard compared to... Because, let me just quickly see... Right, these expedition burial grounds. Lieutenant Selenia informed us about a Legion expedition to the burial mounds north of the city. An archaeologist accompanied her soldiers to inspect the tombs and possibly unearth the solution of the undead mystery. Right, so we talked to, like the second lieutenant or something in the city, and she told us that she sent a couple of expeditions to a couple of points where people suspected that maybe that's where the undead problem started. One of those places being these burial mounds. So I was sort of thinking that, there's a graveyard that Roberts is, or has been laid to rest, might be the same one, but apparently it's not. There is apparently a local graveyard, unless they are referencing the same place, but I suspect they're kind of not. What was this? Oh, right. So we definitely have a couple of places to check out, which, honestly, I'm very intrigued to do that. Not only because I'm really, really looking forward to doing some combat again, but also because, yeah, I suspect that the orcs and the undead probably have at least something to do with what we're trying to find out here. So, looking for those kinds of things might also bring forward a couple of more interesting facts about what we are trying to find. Okay, where's the guy? Here. Okay.
By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
The fuck are you going on about all of a sudden? Let's save. What the fuck's going on with you? Thought he was doing something with the...
Ah, you have come. Yes, that is most satisfactory. Begone, brittle mask of age. Hear me now repeat the words of Brittletooth, the child snatcher of Carador. Come, play with me, for I'm hungry. Come, play, play, play.
Why? The child... Is he referencing himself? What the hell?
The game, yes! A game of blood and brutality, of death and dexterity. Fun as herring the horror harlequin. But, like the serpentine stalker hisses before the stab, hush now, darkness, darling. Hush, hush, and listen to my tale.
You're kind of creeping me out, good sir. Also, I find it so funny that... So if you leave the door to a room open, there are these... so not every NPC has a name, right? There are a couple of NPCs that are just called citizen, basically. And I guess they're here to populate the town more. But I think there are two citizens basically just walking on the upper floor of the inn. And if you leave the door open, they can randomly just walk into the rooms as well, which is really, really weird when you're, conversing with someone in said room, especially since they told us, that they want to talk to us in private, and then there's just a random citizen just walking in the room. Kind of funny.
The elves of Gandavon, they lived in peace. Oh, yes. But one night, when the moon had hid her face, the orcs of the tribe of Kazuldagar beset our city. They cooked and ate and burned every last one of us. The light of dawn never saw an elf of Gandavum no more.
Well, you're still here, though. Also, how did we suddenly... What? Why were you talking all creepy-like as if you were a murder of children? What?
All undone. Every last one of us. Except for me, the midnight rambler, away from the city. I was very old back then already, though indeed I whisper of many years hence. But death shall not find me. Oh no, not until every beast of Kazuldagar has been bled.
Okay. So the orcs seem to be a very big theme currently. Well, the orcs on the beach that attacked the city, interestingly enough, had human commanders, as far as we could see. Human commanders that seemed to be aligned with a certain cult. And one of those people is actually also in the inn, or has a room in the inn. And he was actually fairly open about belonging to a cult that is sort of still using source magic. In a way. I wonder what's going on with the orcs if they also, killed everybody in an elven village.
I may be frail, a withered grey, but the wealth of kings is mine. Countless assassins have ministered to the vengeance that is my want, and now is almost over. By Kala, Lady of the Last Gaze, I swear it is almost done. Only the very last one of the Kazuldagar still eludes me. The crowning kill that would seal its fate and mine alike.
Okay. Well, I mean, that does suggest that it's been a while since that happened, though. Which means that it's possibly not connected to everything else that we've witnessed so far. concerning the orcs. So, I mean, if you basically killed every one of them, then where do we come in?
I have tracked her down. By the curse of the spine spear I have. She does not know her ill-shapen son is setting fast. Color the dusk red, O sword of youth. Bloody the day with the bramble sap that runs through the veins of Victoria. Bring me the amulet that clings to her flesh, soon to fade. And yours shall be the bounty of vindication. Mine shall be its sanguine satisfaction after long, long last.
Yeah, I don't really like him. I mean, I guess that you would, you know, it makes sense that you would be set up for vengeance if your whole village was slaughtered and you were the sole survivor and, you know, tracking down the ones who did it. But yeah, your demeanor is not really all that great. I do still wonder, though, why he's tasking us with that, because especially the way he describes it, at least the last kill, wouldn't it be very satisfactory to do that himself? Unless he looked for this Victoria and just wasn't able to find her. So my target would be Victoria, a girl orc.
Yes, Victoria. She is the one whose heart must be held in hand. The heart around which the fingers of that hand must clench and tighten until its choking flesh bulges with blood and its beat slowly breaks.
Yeah, you're kind of crazy, my guy. I mean, again, I don't really blame him for that, if it's true what he's talking about, but oh boy, definitely not very healthy from a mental standpoint.
The orcs of Gazuldaga, they knew my name. Oh yes, by the bite of the roving rattler, they knew my design. And so they sought to save their last, an infant, she who was to be queen. To no avail, oh no. Years, how many I know not. Years I searched, and now she has been found.
Yeah, again, if she's been found, why are you not going there yourself?
Her name is that of a woman, her employment that of a civilized being. But by the fork of Barbara Maneater, she is nothing but an orc, a cyst of nature. One of a misbegotten litter dragged into life from the tumoured womb of a filthy, coarse-haired beast that was humped like a dog in the darkness of a stinking hollow.
Holy fuck. So, in general, most people in this world seem to be very racist towards orcs. Now, this is the first time I've played this game. I have no idea what orcs are in the context of this game, right? Because typically, at least, let's say, in the Elder Scrolls universe, for example, or I think in World of Warcraft as well, though I don't really know that much about the Warcraft world, but orcs, while, most of the time being regarded as a little bit brutish, maybe, very aggressive, definitely not necessarily liked right away, they're still, thinking beings and intelligent beings, much like humans, just with sort of a different general attitude, I guess. So I haven't seen that much of orcs here in this game, so I don't really know what they are here. If they're more wildish and if they are sort of this uncivilized, these uncivilized wild beasts, or if they're also intelligent beings. Like, we haven't interacted with an actual orc up until this point. Though the way he describes it, I mean, if this woman, this Victoria, her employment, that of a civilized being, very much sounds like the orcs are, intelligent beings, but for some reason somebody's potentially using them to fight against other fight against the humans here. And so, yeah, I suspect that most people are basically racist towards them here in this world. Which I don't appreciate, and I think that, especially if this girl or woman at this point, I mean, he hasn't really told us how long it's been, but if she was an infant back when the attack happened, obviously she has, she doesn't have any responsibility for that, so killing her is kind of obviously wrong, unless she hides some sort of secret. But also at this point, right, I mean, again, I get that if what he says is true and his whole town was slaughtered by orcs, I would still think that that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just kill all of them.
Victoria. Librarian.
Librarian?
Daughter. Adopted child of
What?
Cecil, Mayor of Sicile. There is bloodlust in you. I can feel it. Let it out. Set it free. Undo the last of the Kazuldagar. By the breasts of Sishara Goatsucker, give me my revenge!
Okay, is that why he hasn't killed her yet? Because, I mean, I guess that would also mean adopted child of Cecile, Mayor of Sicile. Didn't we already talk to the mayor last time? I feel like he definitely came. Was she? Cecile? He? They came up during a conversation with the leader of the Legion, who seems to think of himself as the actual ruler of this town. He basically talked about the mayor, but I don't think we've met the mayor personally yet. That does explain why he hasn't killed her yet, though. We should probably talk to her and make her aware of the threat this Ecklander poses. I feel like we should probably make sure that he doesn't...
That was quite the radical change we witnessed. I never would have thought that the benign old man we met outside would turn out to be a vengeance-driven aficionado of assassins.
Yeah, I agree.
Are creeping for you, Victoria!
He seems pretty crazy, right? Or mad, driven by revenge. He's as much a savage as those orcs. And how is Victoria guilty of her tribe's crime if she was but a babe at the time? Yeah, I agree with that. He's been driven to madness by grief, I think, but I understand his urge to see every last one of the orc tribe dead. I do understand it, but yeah, let's go with the first option.
He is as much a savage as those orcs. And how is Victoria guilty of her tribe's crime if she was but a babe at the time?
She'd have committed the same crimes had she... I mean, I do agree with the second option. She probably would have been part of the same crime, unfortunately, but again, that... kind of actually comes back to an interesting philosophical debate. Like, obviously, if you're growing up, even if your upbringing, makes you a murderer or something, right?
By the filed teeth.
Technically, you're still responsible for that yourself, but, it's very, very sad when that happens, right? I mean, most people that turn out to be criminal are actually criminal because... Yeah, shut up! Most people actually turn out to be criminal because they have some sort of, very big problem that was just never dealt with. Can you shut the fuck up? I'm gonna beat you, you fucking idiot. Never mind that, but yeah. As sad as it is, that the second option here is kind of true. Obviously, she apparently, I mean, if she's leaving or living a peaceful life now, I think it very much proves that you can change your fate, or rather fate, or somebody else can change your fate by putting you somewhere else, right? And not growing up with the same kind of problems or misconceptions as others, maybe.
Indeed. Victoria probably doesn't even know about her past, and yet she's on a let's call him Eccentric's hit list.
My soul shredder.
Yeah, considering that he's here, I don't trust him to not do anything on his own, so I think that might actually be... And considering that I also haven't talked to the mayor yet, it might be good... I really like the music here. It might be a good idea to talk to him about that. If we can actually find the mayor's house... So I guess as soon as you've visited a house, it gets marked with these white things as the thing that it is. Where would be the mayor's house, though? This is the town hall, right? So we might be able to find him there. Library upstairs, yeah, this is where we might find them.
Well, Mayor Cecil will be happy to see the likes of a source hunter. Welcome to the Town Hall of Syceal.
Yeah, I don't think we've been in here. It also wasn't marked with that white... Yeah, now it's... Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's talk to the guy. Charlene? Cecil. So that's the mayor. Okay. Wait, do you see that over there? That weird blue, shining pyramid thing? Oh! Wait, is that the other half of the pyramid that we'd been given by Arhu? So Arhu gave us a teleport pyramid of some kind. But he didn't know where he put the second one, right? So I think the way it works is you can basically put down one of those pyramids and then use the other one to teleport back to the first one, right? But funnily enough, he forgot about where he placed the first one. That might be where it is. So after we're finished here, I guess we can continue with that quest and possibly be teleported into that room. Oh, by the way, did we level up? No. It's just always changing our traits. The next level isn't very far away, though. I do wish it would show which one changed, though. Cautious, forgiving, vindicative, okay. This whole system is really, really cool, especially since you can set your both of your main characters up in different ways. Alright, let's talk to the guy.
What? Oh, it's you. Come closer then. Closer, huh? My ears aren't what they used to be. Nor my eyes, for that matter. Yes, hello, Source Hunter. Our city welcomes you.
Tell me about yourself.
My elf? What elf?
Oh god, how old is he?
Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Syceal, and husband of the stately Cecilia.
Ah, that's his wife,
I've been
okay.
here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Syceal through these difficult times. Yes, very difficult times indeed.
Oh. Tell me about the issues.
What?
Does he not understand what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean Syceal. Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jacon by source magic no less weren't enough. We're also facing all sorts of brutish intruders. The undead have overrun all but one northern trade route, while the orcs are making a habit of savaging our beaches. That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such, sticking its tendrils into the innocent, seven-fearing folks of Syceal.
That's interesting that those rumors are going around, because this very religious, or that very sect, or whatever it is. I mean, that's the one guy that also has a room in the inn that I was talking about. Because those seem to be the people, potentially, that were leading the orcs to attack the beach when we arrived here. But again, no idea what they're on about.
And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic relic I rather foolishly sought. A weapon called the Staff of Pergamon.
That is so crazy, right? We're so... There is so much going on here. I mean, I really, really like that, right? I really, really like the setup of the game. Like, you talk to somebody, you just want to find out something about an issue that you're investigating, and suddenly you find all these new kind of threats that are coming to life. And again, some of it does seem to be connected, right? That expedition, for example, where we could look at the lighthouse and the burial mounds and everything, you know, that's connected to the undead, and everybody's talking about that. But then there's also the orcs, and it's just really, really cool how much there's going on. What's this about a Staff of Pergamon?
What of what now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish.
You already forget what you just told us?
Ah, you mean the Staff of Pergamon. Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to place the order through means somewhat, atypical to a government official.
Oh boy, what's this about? I really hope the staff wasn't part of the ship that burned down.
Cecil proved an old fool, though. For the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may have fallen into the wrong hands, and I wonder if you could retrieve it for me.
Ever thought about the merchant trying to rip you off? Tell me about the merchant.
His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Sicil harbor.
Oh, that's the one that's still
to him if you think
not destroyed?
Help. But I'd quite like to avoid getting the Legion involved, if you don't mind.
Okay. And what do you know about the staff itself?
The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was desperate to do something to aid the townsfolk against the undead.
Oh, that's what... Okay. Well, that's actually kind of... Yeah, so he wanted to help the town, obviously, but didn't really know how to do that, and, you know, tried to buy a very powerful weapon, but got himself into something that maybe he didn't really know about all that much. It's a pretty cool setup. Though, how are we supposed to really do anything with that if we don't necessarily want to talk to the people at the dock? I mean, maybe don't necessarily have to tell them where we came from? Well, let's talk about the murder first.
Jake, murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed. I could hardly believe it myself. The Council and I have certainly had our differences over the years, but old squabbles evaporate under such circumstances.
Right. Mayor and Councillor, they probably had a lot to do with each other, right? So they probably, even though they weren't necessarily friends or anything, they probably knew each other very well.
Most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob.
Oh, that's what's been happening. I was wondering, right? Because the Legion soldier that is stationed in her house, or her shop, is basically her current lover, I think. Which I found strange that the Legion would choose that person to, like, detain her. But this makes more sense now. So they didn't necessarily detain her so much as just protect her from people who think that she murdered them or murdered her husband.
As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit suggestive. But I've never had cause to suspect her of violence. Still, one never knows for sure.
Well, currently we've kind of ruled out the Duke of Ferrol as a suspect, right? I mean, obviously, possibilities always remain open. Like, there's no far as we know, but it's also very unlikely that he's the one that's responsible for it, even though he did write a poem that basically talked about murdering her husband. But yeah, he pretty much openly admitted that it was just the writing of a fool, and that it didn't really mean anything, which I think the way he reacted to it, you wouldn't necessarily be that open if you were responsible for the murder, unless you are very, very cunning, which other people don't really expect this Duke to be. Like, he's kind of regarded as a little bit of an idiot by a lot of people, so either he's a very, very good actor, or he's just not the murderer. But tell me about him regardless.
An all right bloke, apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense. The whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Sicil is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with Mrs. Counselor.
Yeah. And again, since most people already knew about that, apparently for some time, it would be really, really dumb to murder her husband in the inn, right? Because everybody would immediately suspect you, obviously. Well, anyways, tell me more about the undead in Sicil.
What? The undead? Yes, for the past 2 years, those blasted skeletons have all but suffocated this city. With all but one trade route overrun, Sicil's once torrential commerce has slowed to a pathetic trickle.
It's actually kind of crazy to think that it's been 2 years since that happened. The town still looks kind of alright for such a long time under that, or with that problem. And can you tell me more about Rivlon's sects?
Well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. But I suppose if you really don't know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least explain the basics.
Did he mishear me? And is he thinking we're trying to... Oh my god. I think he heard sex instead of sects. Oh boy.
You see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, rather more than nice, they occasionally... well, they...
How they... Like, what... Yeah, okay.
Oh, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the 7th sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees when Sicil's under siege by orcs, undead, and cultists.
Oh boy. Well, I have a feeling we should maybe talk to his wife. Maybe she's a bit more able to understand what we actually want. Anyways, do you have any work for a trio of sailors?
No. All my clothes are in fine condition, thanks. I've been going to the same tailor for years.
Oh my god. Anyways, can you tell me more about your library?
That depends. What kind of berries are you interested in, exactly?
Library.
The library. Yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Sicil. Would you like to have a look? I'll escort you upstairs myself.
I mean... Sure.
Marvelous. Follow me, then.
We can always talk to his wife as well.
I knew that dark-dealing old man dabbled in source. To the gallows, I say.
The gallows? Well, I've heard of such a thing, but I've never seen one myself. I don't think I care to either.
What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Sicil's crown. The beacon of culture and learning in our fair city.
It's actually kind of cool.
Discovered in this library.
I really like the setup of the town hall, to be honest. Like a library upstairs, that's pretty cool.
My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of information about this place packed into her brilliant brain. Yes, Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. It brings a tear to my eye just seeing her here among her beloved books.
Yeah, and hopefully we can make it so that it stays that way.
What? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now. Please introduce yourself. I know Victoria will be happy to make your acquaintance.
Yeah, and it might actually be a better idea.
I need something more advanced. Is there
Jahan.
no new book to be discovered in this library?
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where has the third one gone? Sometimes I think these books
I need to take a very quick toilet break, but when we come back, hopefully we can talk to Victoria. I don't know how good it is to really bring up the threat towards her, but I mean, somebody has to know, right? Anyways, I'll be right back. You can listen to the squabble in the background if you are so inclined.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? This isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The pseudo-monarchy of...
All right, let's continue.
Where's the
Most
third
promising.
one gone? Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Do I see that correctly? Is that orc almost naked?
Demonology for
That's an interesting
something more advanced.
outfit for a librarian. Okay. Also, can I look at the library as well? I guess not yet.
Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stecken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Esmeralda and the naughty things, and an orc in a bikini. Who is this Jahan guy? Sure, buddy.
What? What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they have the manners of boors, these boatmen of Saisil.
Yeah, you probably don't make many friends in this town.
Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken. For you hardly resemble the local fisher folk, which, incidentally, is a compliment of copious dimensions indeed.
Okay.
No. A source hunter. That is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery. A chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for I take no pleasure in the company of man. But it may just be to our mutual advantage to join forces nonetheless.
But what? Why?
I would tell you my reasons, but it seems rather pointless to do so, seeing that quite clearly there is no room left in your band of adventurers for an additional champion. A pity, really.
Oh. Interesting. So, can we, like... I mean, I don't really want to get rid of the ones that I currently have in my party, but I wonder...
I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Demonium.
I guess, if one of us dies, could we come back to him? Is that even a thing? I mean, he seems... The thing is, he also seems to be a sorcerer, which I already have my two main characters as magic users basically in my party, so... But it's interesting that you find so many potential people for your party here. Like, very, very quickly, actually. Okay, Victoria? Hello.
In the name of Amun-Hur, I bid thee Tujda Geta Hal, be welcome, human. My library is yours, as I hope your friendship is mine.
Who are you, madam?
I'm Victoria, daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. The likeness isn't exactly striking, is it?
I mean, well, obviously you're not his, actual daughter.
When I was very young, you see, I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Saisil toward the sea. The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amun-Hur, dear Cecil was among the gathered crowd, and he took pity on the exiled infant that chance had put in his way.
I wonder, are the townsfolk using this library? Wouldn't they be somewhat... I mean, maybe after all these years they have grown accustomed to an orc being the librarian, but I would imagine that she still faces a lot of struggles in her daily life, right?
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
He raised me like I was his own, this kindest of souls, taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, I became the city's librarian, a position I uphold with no small diligence and pride.
May I take books from the library?
Indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I don't actually want to take the books. Technically, it should be enough for me to read books, right? To possibly get their benefits. Let's discuss Eglenda the elf. I wonder if she already knows about him.
Oh, do pardon my language, my friend. But that is quite the startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale is heartrending, though it seems that in the pursuit of retribution, he has himself become as great a ghoul as those that wronged him.
Truly a good way of putting that.
Does he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures, why must he make me the target of his imperishable hate? Whom have I ever harmed? I live for books, not brutality. So, let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do?
I really like this Victoria. She's, probably the most intelligent character that we've met so far. I mean, maybe apart from Arhu, but he's also, a powerful transfiguration magician that knows about the end of time and the weaver of time and everything. Well, I was gonna say, if she was cast out as an infant from a tribe, how does she know Orcish? But she probably learned about that from a book, I'd say, right? And about the traditions of her sort of tribes and everything, which is kind of a cool idea. This but your amulet the elf wants as proof of your death, so why not give it to me? The thing with the amulet is, though, I mean, wouldn't he very quickly be aware of the fact that we deceived him? I mean, on the surface, that seems like a kind of an intelligent idea, but first of all, I think that the amulet is probably very special to Victoria, so I don't really want to take that away from her, and, well, she is still the librarian of the city, so I'd imagine that Egghead would know that she would still be alive, right? Or at least he might hear about that after a while and then come back. I could have him arrested.
Yes, a capital notion. Let him be brought before the law for his schemes. I am an innocent, and Eglandir would see me dead. That is a grave offense, is it not?
Well, the problem being that he hasn't really done anything yet. He just told us that he wants to, so I don't know if that's enough to really arrest him and keep him arrested.
It would probably be better if you rather than I informed Captain Aureus, though. He bears little goodwill toward me ever since my more savage brethren have been marauding the beaches and killing his legionnaires.
That's going to be difficult to convince him, right?
But let's try it nonetheless.
Elf-Orc blood feud. Met an old elf Eklander who asked us to meet him in his room in the King Crab. He said he needed our help with something. Revealed he wants us to kill Victoria, who was part of the orc tribe that murdered his family. He wants us to bring her amulet as proof of her death, to add to his already impressive collection. Seal's mighty staff asked us to retrieve the Staff of Pergamon, a powerful relic that was stolen from him. He suggested we ask Conrad, the merchant in charge of the ship from which the staff was stolen. It's probably not very, yeah, like, look at her outfit. I mean, I get that she's an orc, so maybe that's normal for orcs, though the male orcs that we've seen certainly weren't half naked, so... That's definitely an interesting librarian outfit. Okay, so now we can open Fun with Fluids, an eye-opening explanation of the distillation of the infamous Divinity. Let's do this with Lillian, because she should be the one who should know about that. Though I'm still not entirely sure how all of this works in terms of, like, getting recipes on all of the characters. I find that a little bit strange, because, I mean, we're in the same party, wouldn't we talk about what we know, but... Okay, let's read this. Druidene's qualities are many and well documented. For an adventurer, it isn't wise to consume in the thick of battle, though recreational use is widely accepted among liberal circles. Knowledge significantly less widely spread, however, is that Druidens is best consumed from within a flask, as the bottling process often brings out its finest features. Poison resistance potion. Cool. Adventurer Field Guide, Volume 4. Do we have to pick that up? Can we not just read that?
Place this book here. A volume of poetry among
Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
There's nothing in here? Okay. Well, maybe nothing, you know, for us, I guess.
The knight in see-through armor.
Demonology for
buttercup with the blushing bottom.
Planked Earth Scroll. Can be used to create a random Earth spell scroll. Well, I mean, this is a one-time use though, right? So we can't bring that back to the library. The desk is still forbidden for some reason. Which I find kind of strange, but okay. Chest. Both books, nothing here either. Read. The Adventurer's Field Guide. Any old kitchen knife can be carved into a deadly dagger after the right amount of time on my anvil. I think we already read that somewhere. Oh, oops. To be honest, having L1 and R1 to cycle through items is a little bit strange, but alright. This excerpt from the traditional drama Genesis of Cyseal is commonly performed in the local theatre. Most Cysealians, and even a few foreigners, are amply familiar with the tale and refuse to tolerate deviations from the script most know by heart. The story goes that two adventurers, lovers too, Cyrus and Celia, sailed west from Pharaoh, knowing not whether they would find land on the other side. They took with them sufficient provisions for 5 months of travel, and only during the last week of 6 months did they land upon the land they would come to call Cyseal. Is Pharaoh where we come from, by the way? Because we also arrived here by ship? Celia. Enough, Cyrus! I can't take another moment aboard this death barge. I'm starving and I'm sick. We'll find no safe refuge from our travails. Cyrus. My God, could it be? There! Look! What is it? Are we out of fresh water? Is there a leak in the hull? Look, Seal, there! Beyond the mist, it's land! Land, my sweet, land at last, and we shall call it Cyseal. After their two names. It's actually kind of cute. Wait, a new log entry? Headless Nick? We found a play based on the founding of Cyseal. Maybe we can put it to good use. Why is that quest called Headless Nick? What? I do wish the amount of sort of background talk would be a bit less, but whatever. fun with fluids
Mayhem.
to read. If you've ever tried consuming a Eupenia mushroom, Eupenia, you know full well what manner of effect it will have. Most Revlonian mushrooms have some sort of effect on the human body, and their essence can be squeezed into potions to enhance their effects. Combining mushroom-based potions has similar effects. Fire resistance potion, nice. Blank air scroll. Wait, was there something else that again? Cracking up a crowd, the definitive guide. Much like making love, comedy requires equal parts passion and delivery. Fever for the stage is not enough, no. The truly successful comedian will study the details of the craft through countless long, lonely nights in preparation for his rendezvous with the audience. Compiled within this volume are some of Revlin's finest funnies, enough to make a granite statue grin. During a dwarven funeral, the bearers of the casket accidentally bump into a wall and hear a faint moan. They open the casket and find out that the dwarven woman inside is actually alive. The entire funeral party rejoices, and a joyful tear springs into her husband's eye. The dwarven lady lives for 10 more years and then dies. There is another funeral for her. At the end of the service, the bearers carry out the casket. As they are walking out, the husband cries out, "Watch out for the wall!" An elf and an orc show up in hell. Wait, was that the punchline?
The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Oh. Because the husband doesn't want her to be alive again, I guess. Okay. I mean, again, as the book suggested, you probably have to study this to, during the night to really make the punchline punch correctly, I guess. An elf and an orc show up in Hall of Echoes at the same time. The orc says he froze to death, and the elf says he died of a heart attack. How did that happen? Asked the orc. The elf replied, "Well, I came home and thought I heard my wife in bed with someone else, but when I searched the house, I couldn't find anybody. I was so stricken with remorse for wrongly accusing my wife of infidelity, I had a heart attack and died on the spot." "Geez," says the orc. "If you'd opened the icebox, we'd both be alive right now." Oh my god. Because the orc actually was the one that was, in with the wife and... I mean, these are, I think these need some work, but they're not bad. It's definitely a good foundation. Every 10 years, the elven wood priests in the High Monastery are allowed to break their vow of silence to speak 2 words. 10 years go by, and it's one priest's first chance. He thinks for a second before saying, "Food bad." 10 years later, he says, "Bed hard." It's a big day. A decade later, he gives the head priest a long stare and says, "I quit." "I'm not surprised," the elven high priest says. "You've been complaining ever since you got here." Okay, again, funny, but, still needs some work, I feel like. Wait, why was that a log update? Headless Nick. Wait, we can put the book to good use? Maybe we should pick this up then? Yeah, no, I don't think it's valuable, but... This is the same book that we already read. Nothing in here. And another blank air scroll. He Who Smells It, Volume 1. The quality of a proper sword has quite declined in recent decades. Some blame a change in climate, others blame a change in the type and origin of iron reserves. I myself craft my own supplies from an iron bar and an anvil to ensure the maximum character of the weapon. So do we need an anvil as well? Can we just carry that in our bag, or how does that work exactly? Same fun with fluids volume. Okay, so if I change my character and then read the same book again, no. So if I do that, I think that basically means every one of our characters gets that recipe. mean, that would make sense, right?
Urak, mayhem. Turjageta, friend.
I didn't want to talk to her. I wanted to talk to Charlene.
Source Hunter. Oh, what a sight for sore Sicilian eyes.
Who are you?
Me? I live alone here in town. Used to be that my younger brother Tom and I were practically joined at the hip, but that's all changed now.
What happened to your brother?
Oh, he's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring and endlessly worrying my poor mind. Oh, but of course, I've always loved that scamp to bits. For my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring with Captain Orius now and then. But then those blasted Fabulous Five came into town.
Oh. Okay. Oh, and Tom joined them?
That band of... I don't even know what to call them.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent him from going to see them. That one meeting was all it took for Tom to run off with them on some mission to God knows where.
Okay. Maybe we can ask them about that. So the Legion of Five, or whatever it's called. Wait, Legion of Five? Something Fabulous Five. No, whatever. Those are basically, you know... I mean, it looked like they are... They're claiming to be an adventurers guild, but it seems they're more about tales rather than actual action, right? I mean, it seemed like they were definitely elaborating a lot about what they possibly did. Like, it didn't sound like they were actually heroes, right? They just pretend to be heroes. And funnily enough, it seems to also be a pyramid scheme, because apparently if you recruit someone for them, right, you get a bit of, like, if that person then adventures for these Fabulous Five, or whatever they're called, and brings back loot, then you, as the one who recruited them into this guild, also receive part of their commission, basically. Which is also why one of them wanted us to join, apparently, because I suspect that they would have also gotten, you know, money from that if we brought some loot back. So, yeah. I didn't join them yet. Maybe that would be a good idea for later to, you know, basically, potentially, you know, making sure that they don't continue their pyramid scheme. I don't know if we can take them out by joining them, or maybe we can talk to them about this Tom fellow, and maybe that'll reveal something that we don't know about yet. Tom, the wannabe adventurer. Charlene, Maya Cecile's maid, said she was looking for her brother Tom. He left to become an adventurer, and she hasn't heard from him in quite some time. So, Charlene is the maid of this house. I was actually thinking, doesn't he have a wife? Maybe not? Okay, I wonder, so are we allowed to go in here this way? We are allowed, but it's locked, apparently. And I don't think that I carry any lockpicks anymore. Also, the crafting, so we got a couple new recipes, right? Or rather, potential combinations. Branch, anvil, arrowheads. Judene, empty potion bottle, Epenia mushroom, iron bar. So does Lillian have the same potential things? I mean, I guess we can still try that with her? I don't really understand why the different characters don't share the same recipes. That does seem somewhat strange, to be honest. Any anvil? I don't know if you can just find anvils somewhere. Maybe we can buy one on the market? I don't know. I have to take a look up for that. But anyways, let's try and let me take another look. The teleporter pyramids. Aru presented us with a teleporter pyramid, but he seems to have misplaced its companion. We can find the second pyramid by using the one in our possession. Let's do that, but safe, because I can't be sure whether or not the second one is actually in this building. Let me see. When flies a bottle of beer. This is the teleporter pyramid. By the way, can we... Oh, L3 will sort the thing. Cold value... Let's just sort by type for the time being. Yeah. That already looks a lot better. Let's send the tomato over to Lillian, though, because she's the one that's crafting, typically. The orange we can also just eat, right? We don't know its effect yet, but yeah. The traveling boots I probably want to sell, unless one of the other characters can use them. What do they have? 7 armor rating. Let's take a look at the... Because Lillian and my main character already have better ones, right? This is 11, and Medora's ones are 11 as well. Okay. It means that we can actually sell them. Let's see. So I'll send them over to Lillian as well, because she has the better disposition. Like, people like her more, so it makes more sense for her to sell stuff. Fire resistance potion, medium intelligence potion. Okay. Well, why do I have a plate, by the way? Let's use this.
My gods! What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you?
I'm sorry, miss. Well, okay, well, obviously I didn't know that there was somebody already in here. Cecilia. Who are you exactly? And also why... Okay, so, see, this is one thing that I'm not entirely sure about, or that I find a little bit strange, is that I can't... Now I'm locked into the conversation with my main character, but Lillian is the one who would have been better at charming her. And I wish that I could now select her to answer the conversation, but apparently that's not possible. First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Okay, so... What the fuck? So Arhu brought the pyramid in here in his cat form, since he can transfigure into a cat. Is he, like, peeping at her while she's taking a bath? Or what is that? Like, why would he keep the pyramid in here? Okay, I swear I'll murder the creature that sent me here. I'll tear him to shreds, along with anyone else who witnessed this little prank. This is a curious mix-up, no? I'll be quite the story to tell tomorrow. Charm? Sorry, my lady. I came by way of a magical pyramid, and I didn't know where I would end up. Let's try to reason with her. Oh, fuck. Okay, so she's a lot better at reasoning than I am. It's kind of funny that you do this with, like, rock, paper, scissors, but... Oh god. Yeah, one more and she wins the argument, I guess. And I have to win 3 more times! Boy. Yeah. Nope. This isn't going to happen. Celia won this argument.
A magical pyramid, eh? Frivolous and lecherous magic, more like. Leave my house, afore the divines punish you for your aberrant ways.
story, my lady. Teleporter pyramids. How to? Using a pyramid teleported you to the other pyramid.
No!
Yeah. Let me read the fucking tutorial. Give them to your party members or drop them on the ground to locations you want to return to instantly. Throw them around to bypass traps or bar doors.
All right, comrades.
Don't just stand there.
It's clear.
Go!
Give the lady of the house.
Away with you!
Now, this is valuable.
Maybe we should close the door, huh? Well, that was an encounter. So this is a completed quest now. We found the second teleporter pyramid in a rather unexpected spot, but never mind that now. These magical trinkets should come in very handy indeed. Okay, what I really... That was a funny encounter, but what I really like about this game as well is that like, it just has a lot of what I would call sort of unconventional things in there. So typically, like a teleporter period like this, I mean, this reminds me, I think a couple of games utilize something like this, right? So for example, in, was it, no, not Wind Waker, I think it's in Twilight Princess, there is a, like a weird creature that also has like a small child or something, and you can place that inside a dungeon to return to that exact spot if you use the other one, right? So they're sort of connected apparently, and they can teleport to each other. And yeah, that's what it reminded me of. But, you know, as like usually in games, something like that is done in a way where it's like a specific item or something, and it's specifically used to get you back to a specific point, right? So for example, I think in Diablo, for example, you can also use the teleporter scroll or whatever it is, right, to return to town, and then you can enter your teleporter again to go back to where you were. But that's its only function, basically, right? Typically in games, these kinds of items are, like, they have one function and that's it. And I really like that the game is immediately telling you, hey, by the way, these can be used in any way you want, basically, right? Because that would make sense. If you had an item like that, like, obviously you could use it to potentially get to places you otherwise wouldn't be able to get to, right? Because if it's a pyramid, if it's a physical object that you can literally throw, then it makes sense that you would be able to do so and use it to get to other places, right? That otherwise maybe you wouldn't be able to get to. That's a really cool and neat little thing, how that you are able to use it this way in this game. Alright, so we have a red one and a blue one now, and we can technically, you know, throw it somewhere, drop it somewhere, and then we'd be able to return to that place. I wonder if there's also a clever use to solve some quests, right? If we might have to, for example, witness somebody doing something they shouldn't, if we'd be capable of, well, teleporting or dropping a pyramid in a place where we suspect them to go and then teleport back to the pyramid as soon as we think that we might be able to, you know, learn something. Alright, before I go anywhere else though, let's check out the graveyard. Oh, this looks quite beautiful. Ooh. Don't know why you would necessarily place a skull on a monument like this, but oh well. Oh god, I can use my shovel to dig up graves? Yeah, let's maybe not do that for the time being. Tombstone.
Catherine. I know, I was great.
Okay.
Here lies Patrick. You can kill me, but you'll never kill the dancer inside me.
Okay.
Here lies Jared. Shall I come back as an enraged spirit, or a lovable prankster ghost?
Well, these are interesting descriptions, to say the least. There's a doggo here. Hi. Murphy. Well, sadly I can't talk to animals.
Here lies Gregory, whose wife told him so.
Let's pick up the mushrooms, shall we? They will hopefully come in handy.
Here lies Judith, warrior princess. Here lies Neil, killed in the line of duty. I want to go home.
Okay.
Here lies Kimberly, finally.
What are these descriptions? The grave? Grave diggers? You wish you hadn't. Okay. Somebody's actually standing there. Well then, let's check this place out.
Looks like that dog is awfully agitated.
Perhaps he wants to tell us something.
So many dead civilians. It's an honor to visit the fallen.
What's up, Murphy?
It's not a sad fate, I think. To join the grass? To become food for the trees and flowers? What could be more peaceful?
Oh, well, it's not a bad way to look at it. Seems like he's eager to tell you something. Well, that's unfortunate that we can't talk to him, huh? That we can't talk to him.
Rest in peace, darling.
There's a big dirt pile here, which I suspect is probably a new grave. Nothing else to pick up.
Here lies Helen, killed by an enraged zombie. I'm sure we can talk this out.
Sure. Yeah, actually, considering all the difficulties the town is facing currently, there aren't even that many people here, huh? New graves, rather. Siva. The grave she was standing in front of?
In memory of Loni, death lies on her, like an untimely frost, upon the sweetest flower of all the field.
Loni. Hey, more mushrooms.
May the Seven keep you. Peace be with you, traveller. May your lost loved ones rest in peace.
Why?
I once lived a prosperous life with my husband and our happy little daughter Loni. But when the undead plague broke out, my dear husband was among the first killed.
And your daughter too, I imagine?
Loni never recovered from the loss.
Oh.
And when a group of mercenaries, predators, more aptly called, came to town dangling the opportunity to annihilate those undead devils, Loni lapped up their rhetoric and joined without so much as a backward glance.
Oh.
She was killed less than a week after she joined. Here she lies, and here I stand, mourning the death of my last joy.
Yeah, that is actually pretty sad. Okay, so, wait, let me just quickly look at, so the abilities, or rather the talent we would need in order to talk to the dog is Pet Pal, correct? Yes. Do I have somebody who has that? No.
Rest in peace, darling.
Unfortunately not. What was I supposed to do here? We met Roberts, the local mortician. He seemed nervous and generally out of sorts. As it turns out, Jake was buried soon after the murder in the graveyard just east of Roberts' house. I mean, I don't really want to dig up the corpse, though.
Here lies Jacques, the oldest man in Sicil. Get off my grave, you jackanapes.
So I wonder if this new dirt pile is where Roberts is, Wait, Roberts? No, Roberts is the mortician. Jake's the one we're looking for.
Here lies Jacques,
That's
the
Jack.
oldest man in Sicil. Get off my grave.
I think Murphy could tell us what happened here.
James, as usual, the filthy fibber. Here lies Kavanagh. Will they have Sicil pie in the afterlife? Here lies Jake, Please do not disturb.
Okay, that is his grave.
Here lies Jake. Please do not disturb. Here lies David, who ran from the Reaper. You'll never catch me alive.
True, they caught him dead.
Here lies Nemris, master of philosophy.
Okay, so that's Jake's grave. Can we, like, do anything on? Like, I could probably dig him up, but I don't necessarily think that's the best idea. I mean, well, it's certainly the easiest way of finding out what happened to him, potentially. I think the dog is sniffing something, but since we can't talk to it... That's unfortunate. Well, for the time being, though, let's go back to... Because it doesn't look like I can actually do much, unfortunately, here. In the graveyard. Because I'd either have to dig up the corpse, or I'd have to talk to the dog. Both things I can't really do. So for the time being, let's go back to Aureus and talk to him about Egghead. Or Egglender. Wait, where's this door lead? This out of town to the north, I guess?
Good look out there, Hunter. Evil lurks beyond Cyseal's rampart.
One thing that I wish the game would have is the sort of pin quests. Like, below your map or something.
I'm warm as fresh apple pie.
What is this house, by the way?
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite serving the seven.
Well, the Southern Cook's house. Beware of wandering ingredient. Oh. Jack.
Don't let that rooster escape. He's already on the menu for tonight.
I mean, I'm sorry, Jack, but yeah, you know, people have to eat.
Isn't it?
Oh, that was weird. Oh, is that because she's still standing outside? That's... I want him free. True story indeed. Perhaps we too can have a bite later.
True story indeed. Perhaps we too can have a bite later.
I'm sorry, Jack. Oh, holy fuck, he's just killing him immediately. Ooh, oh boy. Wait, can we have the raw meat? That was, heartless. Oh, shit. I mean, well, they're probably killing chickens in here every day. I mean... don't you want to clean up the blood? That was, something. Now I'm kind of glad that I can't talk to animals. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a conundrum, I guess, of sorts. When you can talk to animals, you probably will never eat one again. It's a little bit of a conundrum in general now that I think about it, right? Because apparently, like, if you're able to talk to animals in this world, that means that animals are basically intelligent creatures here? Yeah, that brings up a couple of complicated questions, I feel like. Alright, let's see. If Lillian talks to him, maybe we can convince him better.
Ah, the Source Hunter.
Oh, joyous hour.
Can we actually discuss anything? Have we found anything new? Okay. There's someone the Legion should arrest.
Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
Eklander.
The elf. What in the name of Ahu's arse should I arrest him for?
Why are you talking about Arhu's Ars? He wants us to kill Victoria.
He wants us to kill Victoria.
It's true. He's a dangerous lunatic and needs to be incarcerated.
It's true. He is a dangerous lunatic and needs to be incarcerated.
So, he wants you to kill that savage the mayor calls his daughter, does he? Hardly seems a crime to do so. But I guess I cannot allow assassinations to take place. I won't arrest him unless I have some actual evidence, though. Or did you think I'd simply take your word for fact?
Well, I mean, at least it, maybe it would be good to keep an eye on him? Or something? We haven't any proof yet.
As I suspected.
Well, fuck. Now we all... I wonder if we can talk to Arhu about that. He's a cat.
I hope your quest fares well, dear hunter.
I found the second teleporter pyramid in Lady Cecilia's bathroom. Didn't peg you for a peeping tomcat.
What? I'd never. If you must know, I was merely checking up on Maxine, the mayor's cat.
Okay, I mean, well... Yeah, okay. That brings up all kinds of other questions, but okay. I believe you.
What a delight she is. The temperament of a tiger, the grace of a leopard, and the manners of a lady all rolled into one. A perfect puss, if ever there was one.
Oh my god. He's definitely more cat than human. Let's talk about Source Hunter. Can we... No. Okay, I thought that I would maybe be able to ask him about something that we might be able to do with Victoria, but... I mean, how would we prove that Eklander wants to kill Victoria? Can we maybe ask her about that again? Maybe she's gonna... Oh, maybe can we ask you? Not the chair. What? Oh, I want to talk to you, Selenia. She's the lieutenant who sent out some expedition troops, and she seemed way more competent than Aurea's, so...
Divines doubly bless you, friend.
Maybe... I'd like to talk about some matters concerning the Legion.
I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you.
What's the territory? No. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, so we can't talk to her about that. I thought that she might have been more inclined to help us there, but maybe we should have talked to her from the beginning. But then again, if that would have been a possibility, I think we would have been able to do so now as well.
Jageta, friend. Yes? Have you decided what should be done about him? Leg Fizoda! It would probably be better if you rather than I.
Okay, I thought we could maybe update her about the situation, but doesn't seem to be the case. Well. Well, that does bring up the question of what do I want to do next. Somehow, this Eklander guy, I mean, I don't know if he's gonna act on his own at some point, if we don't do something about him. That seems to be a bit more, time sensitive maybe than the other stuff that we need to be doing. So, well, when we talked to the lieutenant of the Legion, she said that the lighthouse is technically, at least according to her, quote-unquote, the easiest thing that she sent her expeditions on, so that might be a thing we could do. Again, I do think that a couple of the other things around town probably connect back to all the different problems that we are facing here, so, looking into any of those things might give us more information about the things that are going on here. We could also look into this cave on the beach, an ill-omened cave. It may be worth our while to investigate what it is these beasts are up. That might give us more information about the orcs, which are linked to the sect, apparently. So again, that might give us more information about that. With the undead as well, as I said, we might want to check up on the expedition to the lighthouse. I don't think that we can necessarily do anything with the murder currently, because I mean, we've kind of exhausted all the threats that we had, unless we do want to dig up the corpse. I don't know if there would be a way. I mean, technically we could maybe try and break in or steal some information from the mortician's house, but even though he was a bit suspicious about the corpse, but I don't know if that's enough to resort to illegal activity concerning him, right? Especially since there are other things that we can do currently. The Mighty Staff I'm not really that interested in. Headless Snake, no idea what that's about, and the Fabulous 5, yeah, that also seems more of an... Well, we could talk to them about Tom, but... Well, oh, this is Esmeralda's shop, yeah. I wonder if we should investigate the cave. It's not really all that far away, so... Might not be the worst idea to start with that. I mean, there are a couple of houses we could still check out, but nobody really told us anything about those. And I feel like that would be more optional quests rather than actually helping us on our current journey. I wonder if there would be somebody who might know more about this Eglander guy than us.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
I mean, the problem is he's on a quest for revenge, right? So how would you... Like, how would we find evidence for that?
It's you. Just the person to answer a question that's been knocking around my mind since our first meeting. Now then, you must tell me, what's the best way of getting you to leave me alone on a more permanent basis?
Okay, I'm going. Fucking hell.
Simbladorix! That! Ha! Quite under my spell, aren't you? Yes, my enfriending charm never fails.
Cool.
Have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's
Can we
End?
talk to him? Sometimes it's a bit...
Hello again. How can I help you?
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom.
I mean, we already talked to him about the murder. Can we... Oh, we can. Why is there poison in the cellar? What the fuck? Something's cooking. There's a bunch of rats, a bunch of stuff that we could eat. I could get rid of the poison. I'm just not quite sure whether or not that would set anything on fire that we don't necessarily want to be set on fire. Okay. All of these people should really clean their houses more, right? I mean, there's a bunch of, like, cobwebs everywhere. That's rather curious, though. What the hell is the poison doing here?
That's a trap.
Wait, where? Oh, shit! I did not see that. Well, thankfully it didn't run into it. So there must be something quite valuable then in that chest over there? Oh, wait, what? Is it... Can you stop running onto it? What the fuck? Yeah, as I said, so we took... I think casting Fireball would get rid of the poison? I don't know if there's something else we could try and get rid of it. I don't know if casting Fireball in this house is such a great idea. Oh, I need to have direct line of... Okay, wait. Before we do that, let's move a little bit over here. Oh. Wait, can we just... I guess we're not allowed to move objects either? So I guess that's on purpose, right? Yeah, okay, we're not allowed to move objects, because they're not ours to move. Okay, well, I guess casting Fireball wouldn't necessarily get rid of the poison, so that seems to be on purpose then. Interesting. That's interesting that the inn is hiding something like that, but okay. It's a murder scene. Pretty sure we've investigated most of the stuff here already. I do wish you could kind of examine objects and, you know, get a little bit of flavor dialogue maybe on them.
Source Hunter. I don't mean...
Okay. Well... Yeah, that makes all of this quite difficult, so...
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
Wait, didn't she have a point in pickpocketing, I thought? Or maybe not. Nah, that's unfortunate. I was thinking that maybe we could pickpocket him to find something out about him. I don't know what these chests are. I don't even know if they're his, so... Also, what happened to the... Do you see that? Did somebody vomit into that basket? Since he's standing in front of this, the closet, maybe he hid something in there? I mean, that would sort of be the only way to...
By the filed, here I wait for thee in the dark. But the stab shall bring the light. Minister to death. That is what I want of thee.
Tell me more about this yourself. I think we already did that,
My
right?
name is Eglandir Twil Selanar, elf of the house of Gandavum, the slaughtered house of Gandavum. But by the twin blades of the Shadow Vixen, I shall have my revenge. The walls of memory are stained with blood, and I would see them bloodier still. Yes, yes. Have you made the orc feel the black and biting cold center toward the gangling grip of the greedy grey?
Actually, do I have something that I could do in here? Maybe some sort of skill or something that we could potentially use to... I mean, again, the problem is he wants to take revenge, and typically you don't really have any sort of evidence for that. I mean, unless he wrote a diary where he literally spelled out, oh yeah, I want every last one of them killed, I want Victoria dead. Like, if he has something like that, then okay, right, that would be evidence enough, I suspect. Well, hopefully it would be evidence enough, but...
Teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder. The end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
I mean, we could increase Lillian... Oh, for fuck's sake, he's really... We could increase Lillian's perception and see if she can pick up on something here. But that's about it, right? I mean, there isn't really anything else that I'd be able to do here. Advice. I mean, all the skills I have, or my characters have, are purely offensive stuff. I have treat poisoning, and she has helping hand. Help a knockdown ally back up, or pad out a burning one. Okay. Wait, does this... So if one of your characters die, basically, does this help them up? Is that really what it's doing? Whirlwind. Wow, that does a lot of damage.
By the filed teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you, Victoria!
Yeah, I don't necessarily think we can do that much. I mean, I suspect that maybe in the closet there is some evidence. Maybe on himself he has some evidence, but neither of those I can really do anything with at the current moment in time, because I can't pickpocket him, and he's literally standing in front of the closet, so I don't really know what else to do, unless we find somebody who knows him as well, or knows about what he's doing in the Legion, or something, right? So, yeah, I don't necessarily think that we'd be able to do too much here currently. Can't really investigate the graveyard further, and therefore we can't really do anything about the Mortician. I can't really do anything about Egglender either currently. Then again, I mean, if we were to potentially do something for the town in general, maybe Aureus would be more inclined to help us with Egglender as well. Can we see where that lighthouse is supposed to be? Not really. I mean, it sounded like it was somewhat close. Honestly, let's try and get to that cave on the beach. Maybe we'll find out something more there. I have a feeling that at least we should be able to find out something about either the sect or... well, I mean, hopefully, in general, we should be able to find out something about stuff. What's this house again? Yeah, a closed general store. A smaller house here? Evelyn's house. Do we know an Evelyn? The one concern that I have is obviously I don't really know what kind of level this cave might be at. Like if we're running into some situation that we're not really equipped to handle quite yet. So, I mean, obviously I'm going to save, and if we're running into too much resistance, then I guess maybe I'll have to return to the market or something. Can you unlock that?
Still thinking about exploring the beach? You're free to go, though we Legionnaires are under strict orders never to abandon our posts, so we won't be able to back you up.
Open the gate, please.
You don't look like you're quite ready to head out into the wilds to me. You may have the right number of champions in your party, yet in experience, I think you're lacking. Of course, the choice is yours, but are you sure you want to venture out?
Okay, that's interesting. So, the game's basically telling me, yeah, you're not ready for this yet. Which I kind of suspect it might be the case. But... okay, well, let's trust the game on this, right?
Thank you for heeding my words of warning, Hunter. Cyseal needs you alive and well.
Okay, fair enough.
Look alive, my good man. This gate'll be short work for a well-equipped contingent of orcs.
Well, if we're not supposed to go here currently, then maybe I'll try looking for that lighthouse? Unless that's in the same direction. Expedition Lighthouse. Rumored to be haunted by ghosts, the soldiers haven't made it back yet, and she wants to know why. It sounds like a job for source hunters. A lighthouse out west. Oh, oops. So I guess we'd have to leave town here, potentially? Let's try that, maybe. If they'll let us. it's definitely appreciated that the game, tells you, okay, you're not experienced enough yet. How do you get to that chest there? I mean, there seems to be a hatch of sorts. I wonder if there's that's the warehouse, right? This big house here in the harbor. I wonder if there's some sort of secret tunnel or something, because it doesn't look like you'd be able to go there from the beach either. Holy fuck, the beach does look very, very bloody. It's actually, it's a good question of how they were able to fend them off. It looks like that. Well, then again, I mean, the Legion has at least some numbers here, right? I mean... Hey, there's an anvil here. So we can use an anvil if we find one. Interesting. Whetstone wheel. Furnace.
I've spotted something.
Wait, you have? Where? What? What did you spot? Isn't it usually, Isn't that usually marked when she spots something? I think... wait a second. Let me... crafting... What did it say? Any knife, any anvil. Or an iron bar as well. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's switch to Lillian. Combine anvil with... Didn't I have some sort of knife? Paper knife. Homemade dagger. Cool. 10 to 16 piercing. Level 2. Requires dexterity 6. Short and shadowy, this dagger is capable of piercing to the very heart of an argument. Twice. Wait, so it always attacks twice if you attack? Or... I mean, it doesn't have that many AP costs, right? So, if you're in range, you'd be able to attack an opponent quite often. I mean, Lillian can't dual wield, so I can't equip that on her. Okay, what was the other thing? Iron bar? What does this do? A homemade sword. 15 to 25 slashing. Requires strength 7. Forged with passion and tempered with precision, what happens to the sword next is up to you. That's... well, it's not worth that much, but it's also not worth nothing. Wait, so can I use the wet blades to make them sharper or something? Can I also break stuff? Oh, it needs more blacksmithing ability. Guess that will be the same here. Okay. So if you're a better blacksmith, you can sharpen them and that'll make them better. Okay, makes sense. Sort by type. Guess I can't really do that much with them currently. Let's take a look. I mean, she has the bow equipped, and Medora has her own sword that is definitely a lot better than the one I just crafted, right? I mean, 44 to 56 slashing damage is pretty crazy in comparison. Right, I mean, what was my sword? I mean, I can always upgrade this at some point. Yeah. And this even requires more strength, which that's actually really weird. It's a one-handed sword that requires 7 strength, yet Medora's sword, I mean, she has strength, right? Wait, let me see. How much? Attributes, she has 8 strength, okay, and her sword requires, but her sword only requires 6 strength. I mean, it's level 3 instead of 2, but that's still definitely interesting. Alright. At least now we know where we might find an anvil, if we wanted to craft something.
Oh, I could do with a cold drink. Beyond these walls, the dead roam free, Hunter. Be vigilant.
It never rains, but it pours, eh?
Wait, does it only rain here, or... It does, okay. Interesting. So weather is not dynamic, it's... connected to certain areas, which is fine. I mean, yeah. Waypoint Shrine, Siceal, Desolated Farms. I wonder if this is going to lead us towards the lighthouse. I mean, I do want to venture out a little bit, right? Fight a little bit more, because getting a bit more experience might also be a good way to uncovering new things. So the Desolated Farms we can't travel to yet, though, right? Nope. Makes sense.
Know much about zombies, do you? How about walking bones?
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned.
It's a contraption you've got there.
Whose invention? The stasis blaster. Quite a sight, no? The ray can singe a zombie or skeleton to ash in a matter of seconds. These days, we legionnaires hold a lottery to see who gets to man the things. You can bet it's no small amount easier to blast those flesh-eating monstrosities from a distance than to get within striking range. Don't ask me how the blaster works, though. I just make sure the thing's hitting its targets.
Okay, that does explain how they're capable of warding off most of the zombies, though. Wait, what?
So,
Talk to her.
Wizard's crafted a device intended to keep the undead at bay, has he? Little did he expect we'd recognize the hulking source sapphire he's using to fuel it.
What?
Careful now, comrades, and tread lightly. There's no telling when that madman's doomsday device might gain sentience and turn its rays on us.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna happen. Source Sapphire, gods help us. Do you think Arhu could have known the dark nature of that stone when he installed it? Why don't we keep along this poisonous path, carry on with our insidious investigation, and keep the crackpot commentary to yourself? Yeah, I mean, it might be... maybe she's right about it being a Source Sapphire, right? I wouldn't necessarily deny that, but I also think that Arhu knows what he's doing. Doomsday device, Source Sapphire. Why don't we keep along this poisonous path, carry on with our insidious investigation, keep the crackpot commentary to yourself. Sarcasm once favored in the forces of darkness or wellness. You do best to give an ear to the advice from a more experienced compatriot. It'll be much easier to concentrate without a constant stream of conspiracy theories buzzing past our ears. Yeah.
Oh, to be met with such derision by my own comrades. Tell me, friends, will you be ready when darkness attacks? Who'll be the crackpot when I'm safe in my source-proof sanctuary and you're left outside begging for entrance? Though I suppose, if I recall correctly, the source sapphire does have a particular sheen about it.
See?
Yes, and I think that in fact an authentic source sapphire buzzes with the trapped souls of 1,000 innocents too. Perhaps, well, no matter if this particular gemstone is innocuous, the principle remains.
Well, well, the question is, where would the lighthouse be? But considering that this is the beach, I would suspect that the lighthouse would be sort of above it, right? I'm just, again, not really sure if we're capable of handling ourselves here, but then again, where else do we have to go, right? I mean, we can't really do anything else unless, I mean, yes, we could do something in town, I suppose. We could also start by doing some side quests and getting experience through that, right? But I don't know. I mean, the lieutenant made it sound as if the lighthouse wasn't too difficult to reach, so let's maybe try and get to that waypoint. At least the game is also autosaving. Question being, though, how well our... Oh, wait, there is actually a... What does this say? Wait, can we not look at the damn west gate? Proceed to the lighthouse. Yeah, okay, that's where I want to go. Oh. Can already see some zombies. And it looks to be some sort of weird ghost crawling on the ground. I mean, we could also try just avoiding those, right? Splitting maul, one-handed weapon. Let's pick that up, shall we? I mean, we could try getting a sneak attack off on them. Oh, there's Drudena. Drudene? However you pronounce that. A pumpkin. Looks to be 3 zombies. Can we, like... Wait, is he healing himself? By being close to the corpse? I think so, right? Wilderness... Lighthouse. What? Okay, I didn't expect them to see us from so far away. So it's 3 things, though. Armored Decapitator, Undead Swordsman, and we have whatever this is. Half-eaten Zombie. Poisoned. Okay, so it's poisoned, but I suspect that its poison is actually healing it. Okay, I definitely need to sort of learn what it means to get close to enemies, like when do they actually see you. I wish there would be a bit more of an indicator for that, because if you're sneaking, you actually get their vision cone, I guess, right? And we would have been able to sneak up on them maybe a little bit easier. The problem is with summoning the spider that it's actually poisoning my enemies isn't really that beneficial if they're resistant to poison, right? Which I expect they are. The oil flask and in general pyro stuff, I don't know how how good that would be in this particular situation. Okay, if I were to summon the spider, I could summon it fairly close to those guys, though. At least that might give us the opportunity to get closer to them without them focusing on us all that much. Although, are they... Wait. $174 HP, that's a lot. He has a two-handed sword, right? And he has a normal sword, and the zombie guy... So, the thing is, I don't know if they have ranged attacks. I might still want to summon the spider, but maybe not, you know, right in front of them. I don't know how far they're able to move. Let's end my turn. So she has... Can she examine them? Ah, she can. Right, she has actually even more knowledge than us, right? Armor 80, damage 43 to 55, that's a lot. Doesn't he basically two-shot? Oh no, I did level up, but that's a lot of damage. They're technically weak to fire, but in these conditions... Ooh, this is gonna be difficult. Ricochet, normal arrow that deals piercing damage, then forks off to the next target up to 4 times. Problem is I'm slightly out of range, right? But they'll have to come to me to do stuff, so... Cures poison... Improve damage with bow and crossbow at the cost of precision. Ranged power stance. Plus damage, minus chance to hit. Lasts until cancelled or replaced by another stance. And that actually doesn't require any AP. That's pretty cool. Difficult to say what I want to do. I kind of want them to come to me, to be honest, if that's a thing that we're able to do. Let's just slightly move ahead and then end my turn. Help a knockdown ally. Honest fist smashing your enemy. Increase both the damage of your melee attacks and your movement speed at the cost of precision. So that's another stance that you can do, okay. Plus damage, plus movement, minus chance to hit. Rush forward in a straight line to a point far away, hitting all enemies in your path with slashing damage. That would still require... Yeah, I still wouldn't be able to hit them. Perform a whirlwind attack hitting enemies around you. So... Let's just move her up slightly, because if anybody should tank, it's probably her. Alright, yeah, they're running towards us. Or rather towards my spider, which is a good thing. So that's gonna weaken him, right? Set weaken status, I probably want to do that to him. And can I still attack him as well? No. I wonder if that small zombie on the ground would actually sort of come to us, right? Also, I wonder what's happening if I hit them with my lightning staff. Like, will that actually do something? Or I wonder if so I could hit him with teleportation, right? Which would... I can just move him very, very far away so that we can deal with the other one first. And I have a lot of turns still left. So I might want to do that and just send him away so that I don't have to deal with both of them. I just teleport him over there, basically. Oh, that thing is also coming towards us. So he, I imagine, is still healing himself. I wonder if I should try and deal with that guy first, or... Wait, can I... Oh, right, if I do this... Fireball scroll that requires 4 AP. Explosive ball of fire that does fire damage to anything within 3 meters of impact. Well, the problem with that is that I would hit my spider as well, right? I can keep that in mind, though. So burning status for 3... Well... I mean, the other guy is occupied with the spider currently, though he can probably one-hit that, right? Man, this is actually quite hard to decide, right? What we're doing here. Because they're fairly strong targets already. I mean, he is weakened. But as soon as he's not anymore, he's going to be an incredible threat. Whereas I don't know what this small guy can do. But yeah, I probably want to deal as much damage as possible. But as I said, I'm going to hit... If I were to use the fireball scroll, I would hit the spider as well. The problem is, if the other guy moves towards us, I can't really hit him with anything like this either, because it would also result in a problem. Let's just do normal attacks on him, I think. Oh yeah, that's really not doing all that much, right? Well, I mean, if this works out badly, I can always reload. Okay, let's see. Do I want to use this and reduce my chance to hit? Well, I can always reset this, right? Oh no, it has a cooldown though. Fire normal arrow that deals 32 to 55 piercing damage and then forks off to the next target up to 4 times within 8 meters. I could do that. That would technically hit both of them, right? What's her normal damage? Can I take a look at that? 28 to 48 piercing. So, kind of similar. Let's cast the skill. Wait, what happened to him? I only have a 51% chance to hit that guy? They have crazy amounts of health for being level 3. Well, at least I hit him. I might want to go with a melee power stance on her. Crushing Fist. Battering Ram. 80% chance to set knockdown status for 1 turn. Oh, that's what you can do with the Helping Hand if somebody's knocked down through that. So it's not when they're killed. I was wondering about that. Yeah, makes sense. Well, the problem is with this. Would I even hit both of them? Would I hit my spider as well? I mean, it might not be the worst idea to knock one of them down, especially since that's getting me to him. I mean, he is also weakened. This guy's probably going to poison me as well, right? That's going to be difficult. Okay, so he's knocked down now. It's kind of good, I guess. Let's keep hitting him, though. Oh, I forgot to change my stance, right? Too late now, I guess. Okay, so I can't really weaken anyone again. I could move here, right? I wonder if that's gonna... Might not be the worst idea, because that'll block the path for it to my other companions, right? Oh. What the fuck? As if this wasn't already difficult enough. Bolt-stricken zombie. 183 HP? Are you kidding me? How the fuck are you meant to do this? I mean, they're weak. They're kind of weak to fire, but still. Would this hit my companion, by the way? They're resistant to air spells, though, so it wouldn't even be that beneficial to attack them right now. Well, fuck. My normal attack requires 5 AP, though, right? That's actually difficult to see. So would that hit my... Can I accidentally hit my companions if I try to cast through them? I expect that would be the case. Maybe I should actually throw a smoke grenade? I mean, I can always flee as well, right? That's still an option that I have. If I'm not killed immediately, that is. Yeah, my positioning here is really, really bad, right? Well, I guess in theory this, or can I, that's a bit weird, right? That kind of looks like I would just slightly target the spider's leg, but it also looks as if maybe that wasn't going to be the case. Oh, it actually works. Okay. That's going to require more testing. Disease failed. Oh, they're very slow, though. They can still move very far at the same time.
Trying to escape?
Oh, attack of opportunity, okay. What the fuck? Oh no, she got stunned because of that? Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. So if you can't hit something, then it shows it like this. So I'm trying to hit this guy, but this guy's standing in the way, so yeah. Old stricken zombie. So they're weak to fire, right? I don't have fire, unfortunately. So I could hit the half-eaten zombie, I could try and deal with this guy. I could freezing touch him? I wonder if that's gonna stun me as well, though. I mean, they're... Technically, we're all wet, right? Let's see what that does. Freezing failed. Okay. She can still hit this guy, though. Let's maybe try to do that. Nice. Avatar Frost Scroll. Regeneration Scroll, Aged Cloth Cap. Okay, let's enter her power stance. Try and get rid of this guy. Oh! Wait, how many action points does her attacks take? Spider's turn. Now it's also stunned, so you don't want to use any sort of melee attack on these guys. That's unfortunate. Well, the problem is my main attack, I would have to unequip one of my ones, basically, right? In order to properly deal with them. Which is kind of problematic. I mean, the funny thing is, right? Couldn't I just flee and sort of take the experience that I gained? And then return here? Would that resummon the one guy, or would he stay dead? I wonder. I mean, if they're constantly stunning me, then this is going to be a problem. Don't have much else that I can do, right? Oh boy. Can we try and flee? Like, is that an option? Enemies are too close, okay. Well, the problem is that one of the zombies still gets a turn before I can flee then. I could try and heal. I mean, it depends on... This is the zombie that gets the turn before my main character gets a turn. Let's maybe heal her. Hopefully I'll be able to get out of this. Let's see. She can still do stuff. 35? Why is that only a 35% chance? Holy shit. I mean, I entered my stands as well, right? What the hell did he try to do? Okay, so technically I should be able to flee, correct? Yes. Wait. Oh, that doesn't count for the entire party, though? Well, that's awkward. So, can I not, like, summon them back or something? Well, that's... so that skill isn't it, like, completely useless then? Let's see, can I, like, bring my party back together or something? I mean, okay, so... what's the point of being able to do this exactly? I mean, okay, maybe there's something else that you can do later on that would make it able for you to... I mean, if I just enter the battle again, then... nothing's gonna happen, right? I mean...
Baking like a cake. Beyond these walls, the dead roam free, Hunter. Be vigilant.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many leave.
Can I... use this thing?
My kingdom for a dry shirt.
Wait, it lit up for... yeah, I know. No target in range. Seriously? That doesn't seem right. Maybe the targets need to be, I don't know. Ah, so now they, oh, now they're helping me. Possibly.
I will expire soon.
So maybe I should have done that to begin with. Whoa! Let's move back a little bit more, and then... okay. Oh, yeah, she has the resist death thing. I guess I can try and raise them again? Where the hell is that thing trying to go? Why is she stunned as well? What the fuck? One zombie dead? Oh, wait, now I can use it? Oh. Oopsie. What? How was I supposed to know that would happen? Where the fuck is that thing running? Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does it not tell you better? That's really annoying. Yeah, I might want to reload anyways. I don't know if I can resurrect all my other characters. Alright. That was unfortunate. What the fuck is that thing doing? It does still give you level ups though unfortunately now why is it so hard to hit him? Am I still in that stance? Yes, I am, right? Okay, let's exit the stance so that it's easier to hit it. Unfortunate. Probably should have tried to run away from the beginning. Why is that thing not taking damage? Wait, can I? What the barricade? The fuck? Why is it constantly being healed? I really don't understand that. Really? Oh, that was good. Problem is my other characters aren't getting experience now because they're dead. Which in the grand scheme of things might not be the worst problem. So that should still hit, right?
No glory in this death.
Well, that was something. So the rest of the zombies didn't drop anything, I guess? Is she like... How does this work? Let's see, resurrect scroll. The problem is I don't know if I have another one. I guess I could try going to... Does she have one? Like, can I can still access her inventory. No, she doesn't. Oh, I could have just stayed on the inventory, right? Well, she has. Okay. Wait, let's move her. Let's see. Inventory, resurrect scroll. Wait, what? Oh, just. Wait, what? Is that an invalid target? Well, I mean, we got through it, I guess. Okay, so, can I, let's see. You know what? I'm gonna take it. I mean, it cost me 2 resurrection scrolls, but I might be able to get new ones. And I think that, you know, at least we got through it. I mean, this is a lesson to be learned, and it's, you know, at least my main character leveled up, so that might get us more, give us more potential options in the future as well. What was it that I wanted to do? Right, group. Okay, now everybody's grouped up again, right? Okay. Give me a second. I need to close my window. Alright. It's just always fairly loud if there's rain going on. One-handed weapon. Corpse doesn't have anything on him. Let's pick up the flower as well. Okay, so yeah, this was quite something. Let's see. Let's actually heal our other characters. Do I have other healing skills? I don't think so, right? No. Can heal the poison effect, but that's about it. This I already took a look at. I mean, well, at least I got rid of a couple of zombies, so... holy fuck. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be... No, I didn't want to heal you. No. Oh well. It's gonna be difficult. I mean, if it's already, like, this was the first encounter out of town. 2 of my characters died. I mean, well, I wasn't really clever about this, right? So it's definitely an option. So first of all, fleeing, I don't think will be an option in the future, right? So there are a couple of things that I need to be aware of here. First of all, I think that your initial positioning is really, really important. And you might want to split up your party for that too, right? If you have, like, if you can specifically say, alright, your melee guy go here, ranged guy go here, stuff like that. Other than that, yeah, it's... Oh boy, this is going to be... And you can and should also utilize guards to your advantage, right? So these guys...
Welcome back to Sightseal, Hunter. The Legion greets you.
These guys are definitely, you know, good in that regard. And can help you out quite a lot. Which, yeah. Honestly, let's quick save this. Let me switch over to my main character and see if we got anything good for this. Honestly, leveling is actually quicker than I thought. So we got an ability point. Let's see, defense. I already have the willpower in here. Sneaking. Lore Master. I wonder if I should... I probably shouldn't spend the ability point right away, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. I can get a talent, though. You know what? At this point, maybe going with Pat Pal isn't too bad, because then we can talk to the dog on in the graveyard. So let's do that. I feel like that's going to be incredibly beneficial. Yes. Okay. Because at least, you know, even though I definitely wasn't able to reach the lighthouse, at least we got something out of it. Venturing out further might not necessarily be the best idea, considering that, well, first of all, I need to get more resurrection scrolls. I hope that is something we can get in the market. Second of all, so close to town, I was able to call the guards for help. Further out, that's probably not going to be an option anymore. So, yeah. Can I heal these guys as well? I can. That's good. Means they don't die if more zombies attack. It does also mean, though, that the zombies probably won't respawn. Hopefully. It's kind of crazy how difficult the game is, so... I mean, those guys were level 3, but they were far superior to me. Well, especially since it was 5 of them, right? Which was... That was a little bit, like... For a first encounter, having those two stun, like those two blitz lightning zombie things there was kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Okay, let's go to the market first and then try to talk to the dog on the graveyard. The one thing, I don't know, it feels like Pat Pal is an ability that you'd always want to have, which, I don't know, it seems to be a bit too OP in my opinion, but oh well. Right, before I go to the market though, let's take a look at my inventory and what I potentially got from this. A little bit type. Let's send the crafting stuff over to Lillian. Right, I should probably... What was it about... didn't we get a potential combination with Dundre? An empty potion bottle. Yeah, that might be something to look at. Let's go into crafting. Because I think she has empty potion bottles, right? Yeah. This, and then this. Poison resistance potion. Don't know if I'll need that, but let's see, what do we get out of this? Okay. Cool. Does this do anything? Ah, small magical armor potion. Oh. Plus 10 armor. Potion that enchants and strengthens your armor. Okay. So what's the difference between a vial and a potion bottle? I guess a vial maybe can give you offensive? Things? Okay, back to main character, back to inventory. Frost grenade, regeneration scroll, avatar frost scroll, that's what we just got, right? Make a target immune to being frozen. Okay. Got this. Can't really do anything with a splitting maw. Oh, so if you're using a higher level weapon compared to the level you're at, you take one more action point in order to attack. Okay, that makes sense. And an H cloth cap, 9 armor rating. Is that better than what I have on the other characters? I wonder if you'd be able to escape battle with teleporter pyramids as well. But again, problem being, I would need that skill to flee on all of my characters, basically, right? In order for it to be usable. Which I mean, it's not that I didn't realize that it would only be for one character, right? Because obviously, like, it made sense in a way, but I thought that maybe if you had it on one character, it would still count for everybody. But clearly it didn't. What was this again? Maybe I need to try that at some point. Well, I guess I didn't really get that much else, huh? Oh, right, I probably... See, let's send this to Lillian because I think I can sell that. I don't know if I want to keep this, though. I mean, it's designated as a weapon, but so is the hammer. I wonder if you can maybe cut down trees or something with this. Hot topics in pyramid how-to. And it would get this. You can travel from one pyramid to the other. Delightful. Connected parties will follow whoever has initiated travel. Wait. If that's a thing, wouldn't we be able to use the pyramid to flee from battle? Like if I use the pyramid within battle, would it just send it back? Would it send the whole party back to wherever I placed the other pyramid? Can use it while holding them, or you can place or throw them on the ground and interact with them. In order to pick up a pyramid once more, you must drag it from wherever it rests in your into your inventory. Yeah, I wonder if you can use those to travel from to flee from battle. Look at my equipment. Looks a bit weird, but it's better than the other one, right? So, wait, her old clock. That's the same one that I had on my main character as well, right? Which means that she could probably use one as well. Who has it? My main one, right? Inventory. Send this to her. Okay. What does she have in? Oh, right, I gave her all the... I completely forgot about the fire arrows. You know what? I should probably... Why does she have a dagger, by the way? I should definitely try and set up my hotbars better. Let's see, so these are her skills. This one I don't need, right? So let's clear that. Wait, let's actually clear it completely because I want to sort them as well. Set slot skill. So Ricochet is her main attacking skill, so let's set that first. Do I want to like... Well, I mean, she doesn't really have that much, right? Delay turn. Right, delay turn is also an option, right? Delay your current combat turn. So if you don't want to take it right away, instead of just resting and not doing anything, and which will keep your action points, you can also delay your turn. That's I feel like a bit more of an advanced thing, though. So. Put the power stance here, treat poisoning. Then I'll put the healing potion here. Then I guess for the time being, since I really don't have that much more, I'm gonna put. Right, these would be 4 slots, right? I'm gonna put the. Put the fire arrows here, let's put the stunning arrows here, and the poison arrows, and then let's also put the oil flask. Okay, that makes more sense. And then for Lillian, let's actually do the same thing, just to make it easier to really see what I can do, right? And be aware of what are offensive abilities, what are defensive abilities, and also be clear on what I actually have in terms of my items and whatnot. Let's sort these by type as well. I mean, she's got a bunch of stuff, right? Cracking up a crowd, the definitive guide. Should I send this over to my main character? I guess it doesn't really matter currently. Homemade dagger. This I wanted to sell, right? Yeah, I really wonder if you could buy more resurrection scrolls somewhere, because those are... unfortunately gonna come in handy, I fear. Okay, let's sort out my inventory. Let's set up the hotbar properly then. Let's see, skill. So freezing touch is offensive, but not ranged. I have the summon spider. The staff of Magus I can't use because I don't have a staff. That's just the rest of it. The ice shard is from my staff that I currently have, right? So let's actually put the ice shard first, even though that requires a lot of AP, but that's it's a ranged skill. Then put freezing touch. Summon spider. And regeneration. Then let's put the healing potion over here as well. Although, now that I'm looking at it, you know what? Let's actually... I mean, I get multiple hotbars, right? So let's put a couple offensive items here. So, oil flask. You know, stuff like the oil flask and everything, that's really, really difficult to use, to be honest. So, if you're fighting something that is weak to fire, hit it as soon as possible with this if they're still very far away, right? Because otherwise, as soon as they get close to you, unless they're ranged targets, obviously, it's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with them. Alright, let's put rain scroll here. Let's put the fireball scroll here. And then we'll go into the second hotbar and put in... Let's put it to the right still. Potion resist, minor healing, and magical armor and healing. I have to remember to toggle my hotbars, but I mean, that's something that I have to get into anyways, I feel like. Okay, then let's take another look at my inventory. Rain Scroll, Ice Shard, Avatar of Frost, Frost Grenade. I have a Fire Resistance Potion, but unfortunately no Healing Potion. I mean, I could always use the Regeneration Scroll. Alright, let's see. Let's clear this out as well. So far, that Perception skill is getting way less use than I wanted it to be honest. Okay, let's see. Teleportation's definitely a very useful skill. Shocking Touch. Staff of Magus I can't use because I also don't have a staff. Though I feel like a two-handed staff is actually better than dual-wielding staffs, because dual-wielding doesn't really allow you to select your proper to select your what's it called? Your elemental thing all that well, right? Okay, teleportation, then Shocking Touch and Perception thing. And then I guess I can put actually, let's put the scrolls in here, huh? And then put these here. And the defensive ones over here. She only has healing potions currently in her inventory, right? But let's do the same thing here as well and set up the hotbar properly while I'm doing everything. Anyways. That'll also just make it easier to be aware of what I have, right? What kind of options I have. Okay, she has a stance as well. The whirlwind, that's close to her, basically, right? Radius 4 meters, yeah. Perform a whirlwind attack hitting enemies around you. It's not a bad thing. The problem was that she was stunned in the battle just now, right? So, yeah. Crushing Fist knocks them down. I mean, these I can just place, I guess. Battering Ram. Whirlwind, and then we'll put the melee power stance and helping hand. And then over here I'm going to put the healing potion. I still don't really understand what the bags are for in your inventory. Like, don't really get what that's for, but oh well.
I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Okay, she has 2 resurrection scrolls, which is good.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
2 is not that much, to be completely honest. I mean, I could also upgrade my items and stuff. But the problem is, you know, in a battle like we just did, that wouldn't really be all that beneficial, I feel like. I mean, I don't know. I was severely underprepared for that. But, like, I feel like I would have had to be much, much stronger than what I currently am to get through that completely unscathed. Now, I know that I'm definitely still really, really bad at sort of recognizing how you're meant to be doing this. So maybe there was some sort of specific way that would have allowed me to, I don't know, really deal with these enemies. But the problem is I really don't have that much, right? I mean, I don't have that many action points, first and foremost, right? So that severely limits what I can do in one turn. And then, I also... I don't know. I mean, defensively, I wasn't really able to handle them that well. And the biggest problem were those shock zombies, right? And I don't know if there's a way to, like, use that shock in another way or something. Like, if I don't know if there's a way to make it so that that shock is, how do I put it? Like, maybe there's some way to either get rid of that so that they're not lightning anymore. Because the thing was, even when I was using my bow attack on them, Bretor, whatever her name is, why do I always... Berdotra, I have no idea how to pronounce that. I think she was still stunned, even though I was range attacking them. So I have no idea how I was supposed to deal with them. And I think they had like a 40% weakness to fire, but that doesn't mean that... I'd have to have something that completely deactivates their stunning capability, right? And just in general, fighting 5 opponents that all deal about, I don't know, 50 damage per round just seems incredibly difficult to do. I mean, maybe the idea was that you were supposed to drag them over to the guards of the town. Like, maybe if I ventured out further to the lighthouse, the encounters actually become easier. I don't really know. But there's also no way for me to change the weather, right? I mean, maybe that would be a thing, that, maybe that's how those lightning zombies are stunning everybody, because everybody's wet. But then I can't really do anything with that either, right? Because, I mean, I have an air spell that would be able to stun people, I guess. But that's also... yeah. I don't know. Anyway, so let's buy these 2 resurrection scrolls. It definitely seems to be a good idea. The healing potions, not yet. And in terms of skill books, I mean... Wait, fuck, did I just... oh, shit, I think I bought them with my main character instead of with... ah, well, whatever. It's only like 20 gold or something. Yeah. And the problem isn't necessarily that I'm lacking offensive options, right? It's just in general that those enemies were really, really difficult. Let's see, I can sell this homemade fire staff. Do I want to sell this as well? I crafted this, right? Let's maybe keep that for the time being. I'm gonna sell the homemade sword though. I'm gonna keep the dagger. I'm gonna sell the traveling boots. Right, the tiny pearl, that's... Yeah, we can just sell that, right? I completely forgot about the fact that I had that. The Order of the Source Hunter is a brief history. Yeah, let's get rid of this one. I have another one anyways, right? Don't really need to keep that.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Okay. Well, that is still somewhat... Well, now that I have... At least one good thing came out of it, and that's that I now have the Pad Pal ability. So let's talk to the doc on the... in the graveyard. Oh, also, wait, I just bought the Scrolls of Resurrection, right? So... And I really wonder, should I put the teleporter pyramid, for example, in the inn here? I don't know, can somebody else just take it away? How does that work exactly? And I guess if I were to use this in battle, I'd have to equip it? And then use it? So this is 6 AP. I mean, technically, you should be able to escape from battle using this, but... Okay, let's send... let's split them, and send one over to Lillian.
A good day to you.
Let's maybe put that here. Just so that I don't forget that I have them. Save that. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that 2 characters were dead and therefore didn't receive experience, right? That's a bit unfortunate, but oh well. So he has 8,000. I mean, it's not that much of a difference, so I guess it's fine.
Jake? Where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake?
Murphy, what's up?
Hey, wow! I was wondering where that awesome sweaty boot smell was coming from, and here you are! Wow! This is great!
Holy fuck, you can talk to every animal like that? That's actually kind of crazy. But as I said, I mean, the only, like, I think this is really, really cool, but the only thing that I dislike about this is that you basically have to have the Pad Pal trait, right? And, like, not using that, I think is probably... yeah. It's a bit unfortunate, right? That they kind of... Well, not exactly... They're not forcing you to use it, obviously, but... It just seems like a no-brainer to take that. It's such a fundamental thing, right? And the fact that you get it for 1 skill or point, the same as the fleeing ability, for example, which now, as it turns out, is kind of useless unless I give it to everybody, means that, yeah, I wish there would be sort of either a downside to having that ability, right? So that you'd have to think a little bit more about whether or not to take it, and or there should be other abilities with the same sort of impact, right? That make you, for example, able to talk to zombies or something, right? And completely snuggle your way out of some combat scenarios. That would be interesting, for example.
I'm Murphy, Jake's dog. Wow, you smell great. Have you been rolling around on dead things all day? That's my favourite hobby too.
Seven keep you.
Okay, you're a bit weird. Tell me about yourself, boy.
You know who I miss? Jake. Sometimes he'd just sit there being awesome. And I'd give him this look like, you smell great. And he'd give me this look like, you do too, Murphy. And he was my best friend.
Aww.
I came here so I could smell Jake again. He smelled great. But whatever's buried there doesn't smell like Jake at all. No, it's definitely not Jake. He was awesome.
Oh, well, this was already worth it, I suppose. So... Good. What was his name, Roberts? He didn't bury Jake at all.
Peace, darling.
About your master's death, boy.
If I ever find out who killed Jake, the most awesome Jake who ever jaked, I'll bark so much. Seriously, so much. You have no idea.
The most awesome Jake who ever jaked. Okay. Well.
Rest in peace, darling.
I don't know how much of a, like, I wonder if other characters might, like, if we can present that as evidence.
Rotten lamb chops.
Like, I wonder if other characters would sort of take the word of us explaining that we heard it from his dog. I don't think that you can, like, this gives you hints, but it doesn't allow you to actually convince other characters with that information, I suppose. I mean, we could still dig him up, right? But at least this is a very clear hint that it's not actually Jake who is buried there. Let's see if I can talk to our good friend Roberts about that. Should probably save. Uh-oh.
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death?
About Jake's body.
What about it? Didn't I just say we gave it a respectable send-off? Why are you giving me the third degree? Now, if you don't mind, I'm trying to run a business here.
Okay, so that's the same sort of... Do I have to talk with my main guy too?
So, what's the bad... What about it?
Okay. So... I guess I have to dig him up if I have... Like, if I want to present evidence to anybody that it's not him. It does sound kind of wrong, though. I wonder if we can talk about that with somebody else. The thing is, that would mean we'd have to find out where his body is to begin with, right? I mean... Let's see, can we talk about that with her?
The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. So, what piece of irrefutable evidence are you about to present me with this time?
It's a bit unfortunate. I feel like we should be able to ask her to be able to dig up his corpse, for example. Like, okay, we have a, like, right? I mean...
Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Do you mean to
I
imply
already-
he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much.
Yeah, we already talked to her about that. Oh, yeah, by the way, let me...
The hunter returns! I
I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth.
Oh, I think I already looked at this, yeah. A copper ring of fire resistance. +9 fire resistance, +9 air resistance. That's pretty good. Well, yeah, that's a bit, I don't know, that's the only thing so far that I think the game is a little bit weird with, is sort of, you know, you're not really able to, you really have to nail what the game wants from you, right? I mean, I can't just ask them about these things. So I guess if I wanted to use the body as evidence, then I'd actually have to dig it up, which I don't know how well that would be in terms of, you know, I mean, I could do it. The problem is that I really don't have that many options, right? Unless I want to try and venture out of town again. Like, I don't know, right? I mean, maybe that encounter was designed particularly difficult because you were so close to the gods, right? I mean, that doesn't mean that the next encounter with zombies is going to be equally difficult. But I don't know. Difficult to tell, really. The thing is, I really feel like we should be able to just find out more here in town. I don't know. I mean, maybe we should just try and talk to more people, but then again, I've already talked to at least the most influential people, right? And they weren't really able to tell me anything. Well, this is the last major house that we haven't visited so far, so maybe I should go there for the time being. I think this may be some sort of market hall, maybe? Technically, there could still be more information at the docks. And maybe that's sort of the angle that you're supposed to take, like really talk to a lot of people. Let's see, what is this? Thalrion's House of Healing. Because, I mean, yeah, technically, somewhere, there should be an actual Jake's body, right?
But if one were to reduce the quantity of skull dust by a percentage of 2, perhaps the stability could be increased by as much as 3-fold.
Hi.
Oh, a source hunter. Imagine that. Quite a bit more petite than the last of your kind I encountered, aren't you? Yes, by nearly 20 centimeters of tibia, as my memory serves.
Okay.
But, no matter. Even if it couldn't spare its heartiest specimen, I'm sure the Order sent the individual with the next highest probability of success. Yeah?
Okay. Tell me about yourself.
Why, I'm more than a little surprised you haven't heard of me. Perhaps I can jog your memory. It was I who cured the Duchess of Arata of her unslakable thirst. A simple pinch of Atropa belladonna in her morning tea. I who discovered that aging itself can be halted by a single application of Secuta Douglasii on the tongue.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that that's necessarily, you know, those effects are probably not as profound as what he's describing here.
Not to mention that it's been my guidance that has permitted my apprentice Evelyn to make quite a name for herself around Sicile of late.
Okay, so your apprentice has enjoyed some success.
Yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method she refuses to share with her own master.
Oh.
She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration.
Can you elaborate?
She's gotten hold of a stone,
Oh.
capable of fantastic feats of healing, but she won't let me take the briefest look at it.
A stone, you say?
But she claims to have gotten the relic from a little northern town, Silverglen by name, and that an abbot there blessed it with the power to heal. Utter rubbish, I say. But with these blasted undead haunting the travel routes, I can hardly march up to Silverglen to learn the truth myself.
Okay, so that might be in towards something. A stone, huh? So you're apprentice.
Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting manner when it comes to making difficult medical decisions. I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from the best, after all.
Do you by any chance have any work for a trio of sailors?
Sorry, but there isn't much work for sailors in a house of medicine. Unless one of them happens to have a secret stash of healing stones.
Let me ask you about affairs around Cyseal.
What would you like to know?
What can you tell me about the plague of undead?
I've applied myself to that problem for 2 years and still haven't come a step closer to solving it. I declare it an act of the Almighty's, if I believed in such things. Some events, Source Hunter, can be neither controlled nor understood by mere men.
Do you know anything about Jake's murder?
The Councillor, terrible loss that. Though we were hardly more than acquaintances, I knew him to be a devoted civil servant. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know.
Healing stone. Interesting indeed.
Interesting indeed,
Nothing
yeah.
sets me on edge like inexplicable magic.
That relic of Evelyn's the so-called healing crystal. I've seen one like it before, and by the Patriarch's pockets. It's a relic of Source.
Is it now?
One look at that gem will be enough to convince me it's no force of good, but a bloodstone through and through.
Nah, I think it's a starstone, potentially. Give him Adora's pension for spotting Source in Cyseal's every harmless cranny. Such an accusation holds little weight. Well, I do still want to know more about a bloodstone. I mean, in this particular case, clearly the stone houses some powerful magic, potentially.
So, which of you is more deserving of life?
Can't know if you kept an eye on each of Adora's Source villains. We'd never have made it out to the tavern.
I've come across such a stone before. It may be capable of healing, as the good doctor describes, but its origins are as dark as midnight.
Okay.
Bloodstone is so named for a reason, you see. What starts as a pretty gem is corrupted by sick sorcerers who infuse it with the blood of the slain. If that stone is what I suspect, I wouldn't trust Cyseal's so-called healers any more than I'd trust a pyromancer on a wooden boat.
Well, I mean, clearly it's a stone, I don't know, with really powerful magic in it. And just using it without really knowing what it is?
Excuse me, this is a private sick room. Who in the name of the Seven do you think you are barging in here? Out, I say, right this instant.
Oh, now wait a second. I want to know who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's this task. I'm just... Who am I to meddle with life and death this way? I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. Healing. But this decision feels like precisely the opposite. I have but one healing stone, you see, and 2 direly wounded men who need it.
Wait, so the stone can only be used once? Or what are you implying?
I've been racking my brain trying to decide on the best method to settle this grave situation. But perhaps it's better off in the hands of an esteemed source hunter. Surely you are more accustomed to weighing life and death than I.
So about this healing stone of yours.
Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loic by name, in the northern town of Silverglen. He is of a certain faith,
The Immaculates, they call themselves, that espouses the belief that certain stones can heal wounded flesh.
Immaculates? I'm not 100% certain if that's the same name that the, this black-robed, or not black-robed, but the, so the one guy that I was talking about in the inn, right? He wears like a black, suit of sorts with like golden embroidery on it, and he seems to belong to the same sect that we saw together with the orcs on the beach. I don't know if he referred to himself as Immaculates, though.
I myself was nothing if not skeptical of his claims, but something happened as he handed me the stone. A small cut on my finger instantly healed, leaving no trace of the wound. Needless to say, I was astounded.
So can you not just, like, help one of the people here and then turn to the other? I mean, if you've been just staying here debating who to help, I mean, couldn't you have already healed both of them?
But it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before it reverts to a useless, inert state. It takes time to regain its magical properties, and I guard it cautiously.
Well, that makes more sense now. Tell me about the patient.
What would you like to know?
Who's this Boris guy?
One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim to an orcish club in the north, that is.
Okay.
Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite so, and brought him here straight away.
And who's Stephen?
Quite the venerable staple of Cecile, Stephen, and recently blessed with his third grandchild. He was leading a crew of builders when a stray beam struck him in the temple, and only a few days shy of his last day of work before retirement, no less.
Well, fuck. That is a difficult decision indeed.
Nearly everyone in Cecile is familiar with grinning Stephen, and, as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family.
So, I guess we just have to make the decision here? I mean, I don't just want to leave, but... I mean... As beloved as the Stephen character is, if the other one's still young, then, you know... Trying to look at this rationally, since I don't know either of them really, technically you'd want to heal the younger one, right? I mean, if we're talking about in terms of the years of life that we would get by saving the younger one compared to the older one, then, you know, it's just math, basically. I know that's a very rational way to look at this. Not necessarily the best way, I guess, but yeah, I mean, that's sort of how I'm thinking about it. I mean, I don't know, right?
You are? I thank you a million times for your help. Who have you decided should receive the healing stone?
I mean, if we don't make a decision, both are going to die, right? So... Also, I think... So Stephen gets the third grandchild, but that means that the parents of the children are still alive as well, right? So they seem to have... I don't know. We know full well the difficulty of growing up without a family. That's not really correct in this case, right? Because he would still, like... Those grandchildren still have family regardless. Just not, you know, maybe their favorite... grandfather. I wanted Boris to live.
Boris's life has just begun. We can't cut it short now. He should receive the stone.
Boris deserves to experience all the pleasures of life that Stephen has already. There's no way Boris should receive... Think of Stephen's wife, his children, his grandchildren. Yeah, I get that, but I mean, Stephen. Also, arguably, I would say, you know, this orc attack is much more of a sort of. Well, I don't think you can necessarily sort of put that into the argument, but, you know, I mean, that orc attack is something that is, I guess, quote unquote, more unnatural, whereas an accident is something that you can just happen. Anyway, that's safe, Boris.
Yes. Boris deserves to experience all the pleasures of life that Stephen has already enjoyed.
I mean, that sounds kind of harsh, but again, we have to make a decision.
Boris it is? Yes, I'll deliver the stone. I'm glad we'll get to save one man. My heart breaks for the other.
True.
No, this is highly abnormal. What is this? This lightning.
Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us.
What was that? Also, why is it suddenly telling me about a room at my homestead? What homestead? What the fuck?
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. I'm feeling stronger already. 1,000 thanks to you, my hero. I promise I won't waste the life you've given me.
What will you do with your renewed life?
What will I do? What won't I do? Seeing how short life can be, how easily it can be taken from you. I'll see it all, do it all. And after I've climbed every mountain in Rivellon, and smooched every girl who'll have me, I'll devote myself to learning the magic that saved me. Everyone deserves to feel the thrill of a renewed life. I'll see you around then. I'm liable to spring out of this bed at any minute.
Yeah, it's not the worst sort of...
Can't say I didn't want to live. Wanted it with every fiber of my heart. Not just for my own sake, but for my family, you know. Oh, my Matilda. What'll my sweet Matilda do? Enjoy what remains of your life, will you? Never know when it'll be snatched out from under you.
I thought he would be dead. It's a bit strange that you could just normally sort of talk to him.
Thank you eternally for your help. Though your reaction to the healing stone, I have no idea what to make of it.
Yeah, so it seems to be a starstone then, right?
That strange reaction you caused. Blue lightning from a healing stone. I've never seen anything like it. And the stone looks different now, too. Like it's devoid of life. I begin to wonder if its magical properties survived your little reaction. I've been studying under Theliron for some time now, but that task, being asked to play the gods, was the first time I've ever questioned my, well, suitability for the work. I've a passion for this work, you see. A passion to see things put in order. From a flesh wound healed to an entire city made resistant to a fatal illness. What right has something as trivial as a wound or as senseless as an epidemic to take a human life?
Huh.
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend.
I wonder if there would have been a way to get the stone from her before she used it.
I feel no pleasure in bidding
and give it to, that lady who weaves the fabric of space-time or whatever.
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter?
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
Let's discuss the patients Evelyn was attending
The world
to.
belongs to the young, they say, and Boris will live to take his piece. Thank you for your help in this matter.
Sorry, friend.
I mean, the rest I have already asked, right?
Certainly. What would you like to know?
Oh, can we... Ah, he has another scroll of resurrection as well. Let's buy that.
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend.
Probably a good idea to have more of those.
Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough
maybe...
stones for both of us.
Let's see, inventory...
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend.
He has 2 now, right? So...
Farewell, friend.
Let's split this. And send one over to Berdotra. Or however her thing's pronounced.
Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us.
That tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind.
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
Yeah, also that about my homestead thing was weird, to be honest. The apprentice and the stone, we chose to save Boris, okay.
Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us.
Yeah, I don't know, overall, I mean, I think we saw her using a star stone? But, yeah, I don't know, that was kind of weird. Not gonna lie. I mean, not weird, you know, the quest in and of itself made sense, but, sometimes I'm a little unsure of what the game actually wants from me, because it seems like you can't really ask that many questions to most characters, right? I mean, why can't we now, like, convince her to maybe give us that used up stone, and then we could show that to Zigzags or whatever his name was, right? And all that kind of stuff. So I'm not really sure. Same with the graveyard, right? The fact that this sort of information that we now have a hint at the fact that maybe Jake wasn't actually buried there. You know, I wish we could sort of talk to that or talk about that with other characters, even if it's just a hint, right?
I bet Tim Fred's been strung up by his ears by now.
Or maybe we can, but again, it's always a little bit of guesswork, I feel like. I mean, I always have the option of just traveling further out of town again, right? And if I see anything that I can't handle, I'll just try and run back. Just want to see. Can we? Let's see.
You again. Do feel free to depart from sight. Oh, still not finished with that sorry matter?
Okay. See, I feel like we should be able to get permission to dig up the corpse from somebody. Right? Or maybe... I don't know, maybe there should be a way
I hope
to...
your quest fares well, dear hunter. By all means. Of course. I hope your investigation fares well.
Discuss Jake's corpse.
It might be a bit late to inspect the body, in that it has already been buried. It may be worth your while to speak to the mortician, though.
Yeah, he already
Chap called
told us
Wallace.
that.
He has a house by the graveyard.
Did I ask him about these strangers that seem to be in league with
I
the
can't
orcs?
say much more, but that they're madmen. All the more dangerous to
Okay,
us
no.
because of their...
That we already talked about as well. Yeah, I really wish there would be a way to sort of, or a clearer way to say, okay, you know, we have a hint about it not being Jake's corpse, so I mean, I guess we are the official investigators on this business, so maybe we should be allowed to just dig up the corpse in this particular case. I mean, I guess I have to think about it more like that, right? Anyways, I'm going to do... let's see. So I'm going to do a little bit... something a little bit different here, which is that I'm going to take a little bit of a longer break today, and instead of, leaving the stream up for like 2 hours and not being here, I think I'm actually going to save it here. Let's see. Save over one of the older saves. I'm going to save it here. And I'm going to take a little bit of a longer break, but I'm going to do a second stream today and continue with Divinity Original Sin. Because I'm having a lot of fun still. Again, as I said, well, you have to keep in mind this game is also 8 years old, so you maybe, it's by, I think, wasn't it the first project by Larian Studios as well? So, you can't be too harsh on it for not having a billion different dialogue options. But as I said, I do wish there would be, a bit more in terms of options. I feel like, you should just be able to talk about more stuff with these people, right? It's just, well, the thing is also, so that the game doesn't just have quest marker that point you in the right direction, that I appreciate, right? Because, doing a little bit of investigation yourself and, finding the stuff out yourself is definitely more fun than the game just pointing you in the right direction and saying, oh yeah, for this particular quest, in order to continue it, you definitely have to go there, and that's your only option, right? And that's it. I appreciate it, but I also think that if the game, which it does, only presents, limited options to you, which again is fine. I'm not criticizing the game for that, because, the more options you have, the sort of crazier dialogue trees need to be, and the more I play this game, the better you sort of get an idea of how these quests and these dialogues are set up, right? So having certain options like being able to talk to a character about who they are is always an option, right? You can leave is always an option, and you can trade is always an option. And then the rest, you can discuss a certain topic, and then within that topic you get other topics, right? And understanding sort of how the dialogue trees work definitely makes things a lot clearer. But again, at the same time, I do need to sort of get a little bit more experience in terms of, well, what exactly does the game want you to do, right? How many options do you really have, right? How are they presented to you, stuff like that. And yeah, that encounter with the zombies there was really, really difficult. Again, had I just run back straight away slightly and made the guards part of the encounter from the beginning, I think it would have been a lot easier to deal with it, and my characters probably would have all survived. But then again, I also thought that at the beginning, 3 enemies I might still be able to deal with, right? Especially since I teleported one of them away, but unfortunately, the other 2 came in there as well. So that is something that I definitely still have to take a look at, especially if, I don't know, I wish there would be more, I wish there would have been a hint. Maybe there was and I just didn't recognize it, but I do wish there would have been a hint that would have told me, hey, by the way, maybe other enemies can appear here as well, right? Because not really knowing how many enemies appear in any given situation is definitely... that's going to make things a lot more difficult, because now I can never be quite sure whether or not I should engage in a combat situation or not, right? But again, most of that, I think, is going to come down to experience and me just recognizing sort of signals that the game gives, right? And understanding of what I can do, what I can't do, and how certain things interact with each other. Stuff like that, right? So that'll come with more experience, I'd imagine. That being said, though, I'm going to take my lunch break now, and I'll be back in probably something like 2 hours, maybe a little bit longer, and then I'm going to try to stream a little bit more, because I really, really want to just see more of the game, see what it's all about, and see what you can or can't do, right? And I really wish we can, I think, considering that we are the chosen investigators for this case, I guess we just have to dig up the corpse again. Because, well, if the doc is telling us that it's not Jake, that's a very valuable and important piece of information that we should definitely investigate. So I think I'm just going to do that, honestly. And afterwards, if that still doesn't get us anywhere, I'm just going to go back down to the docks and see if we can glean more information from either the warehouse down at the harbor or a couple of people at the harbor, right? Just talking to those guys as well. I wonder if also that is kind of the intended way, so do more stuff within the town, maybe get a little bit of experience by solving some side quests and whatnot, and then going back out, because leveling, again, that also comes back to the experience that I have with the game. I don't know if, for example, enemies get stronger if I am stronger, or if they're always the same level, right? I don't know. I don't know if they can respawn as well after a while. No idea. And yeah, so it might be that the general idea here is that you want to do as much as you can in town first, right? Get experience through that, and then being a little bit stronger, being able to go out and deal with the undead threat and take a look at the lighthouse and whatnot. Maybe that's the intended way, but yeah, no idea. Anyways, that's going to be it for now. I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you back here in a couple of hours for another stream of Divinity Original Sin. Until then, have a good one. Bye!